Hello, hello, and welcome to the 6th and 7th stint of the 24 Hours of Le Mans from the DES Digital Endurance Series WC Series. I'm Computer 3 and I will be the commentator for the last two stints. I have just driven 3 stints, I've streamed stint 2, and yeah, so I'm pretty exhausted right now. Luckily I did get some sleep, not like Thank You, who is pretty tired, and yeah, if he doesn't feel well he will retire the car. Makes no sense if he can't drive and is a hindrance on the racetrack. Anyway, I have to write to Zero Aku that he should practice a practice start. Excuse me. Unfortunately, the budget wasn't big enough, wasn't great enough for another streamer. And you have to sit out with me, with my cooking, and yeah, that's not good. Naras wishes good luck to Neofaster. Okay, everything should be alright now. Yeah, can't help it, sorry. So the settings seem to be okay. Looks all nice and clean. And we're going to the practice start. As we have seen in many stints now, the practice start we will just start how they would start normally and hope for the best. And Vulcan did accelerate pretty fast. Yeah, Comrade didn't really get the hint. So everybody should leave now.
Hello, Comfy. Can you hear me?
Yes, Charles, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, bit of problem because I'm at the computer, but I'm using headphones on my mobile because that's more convenient watching the stream. Yeah, I think I have quite some input lag, but hey, better than nothing, I guess.
Yeah, the input lag should only be a few seconds, so not too harsh.
Yeah, I'm right now you're writing an information lab, start when LMH leader. So
I have to make you a bit quieter because you're at the limit of my audio.
okay.
Should be better now. Yeah, sorry for the coughing. I have the flu and also pollen allergy.
Yeah, that sucks. I think I have the worst behind me, but like 2 weeks ago was horrible for me as well.
Mm. I think this year with the very long humid period and then with the change to sunny weather, it just exploded, and this is really bad for me.
Yeah, same for me. I was just happy. I was at the Nürburgring 24 hours, and that week was fine. And the week after that, it started for me. Yeah, well, at least I could enjoy the Nürburgring race. Wouldn't have wanted to sit there on the grandstand and sneezing, coughing all the time.
Yeah, that's I know this is I know this issue.
Yeah, I hope you'll be fine for your classic Le Mans race.
Sorry, I couldn't listen because I'm writing a message. Sorry, can you repeat what you said?
I hope you'll be fine soon.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, the start should be quite soon, and we have in the LMH class we have Vulcan in P1, then Wanderspec from Halex in P2, JC Racer from JCR in third, then FGR Ruppy in fourth, and Zampa from BNR in fifth. And unfortunately, HPSR had to retire the car because the drivers aren't ready. And in the GT class, we have RC Comrade in P1, then Aaron for Halex in P2, Neofaster for RTO in P3, then Nushel in P4 for RC, WSR in P5, JCR in P6, RX in P7, and MRL in P8.
Yes.
Hopefully this time the start goes well. And now that my stints are finished, I can finally drink a well-deserved beer.
Yeah. Yeah, you deserve that definitely. You were active for 5 out of 7 stints at the end of the day, right?
6 out of 7.
Mad lad.
And WSR is accelerating pretty early. Oh, Hans-Peter is with a massive... I wouldn't say it was a jump start, but it was a very good start. He's in P1 already, with over a second in front. He probably listened to his teammate.
Yeah, acceleration was crazy. Overtook all of them even before the first corner. So maybe that or just insane reaction.
Yeah. Yeah, you also need to say the comrade's reaction was like an old man. He reacted like an 80-year-old man.
Aaron with the first time penalty already. But apart from that, it seems like the field got through mostly cleanly. onto the first straight here.
Yeah, seems so. At the LMH class, nothing changed. We still have WSR in front of Halex with Vanderspec. Then JC Racer in third. Ruppy also with a penalty, half a second in fourth. And then Zampa also with a half second penalty in fifth. I would say it's a pretty high achievement for BNR to start in the higher lobby, in the stronger lobby. This was a good teamwork from them.
Yeah, that's great part about these endurance races. It's not about just you as a single driver. No, you have to work together with your teammates and achieve something one driver alone could never achieve.
Yeah, exactly. Then in the GT class we have Hans-Peter Wurst from JCR in a P1, and I think he was also the fastest qualifier last week. So they should have started in P1, but they didn't start in P1 because they had a last minute driver change, and that unfortunately meant that they needed to start in last. Then we have Neofaster in the Aston Martin. In P2 the Aston Martin seems to be a very fast car, but also very thirsty. I haven't seen them driving like 7 laps or maybe 15 at most with a full tank. Then Aaron in P3, then we have Pure Up in P4, and Comrade slipped back to P5. Anyway, I told him that he should be just cautious and don't risk anything because we are leading at the moment.
Yeah, that's right, man. So just bring the car home, not do anything silly. It's better to lose a second here and there than risk anything and ruin your whole stint or even the whole race with a huge time loss. It's a very long track with something like engine damage. You can lose easily minutes within a lap. But it seems like they all managed to get through the Porsche corners here cleanly for the first time.
Yeah, Nuschel in P5 also had not a good start. Or it's even P6 in the class, yeah, true. Because HPSR is missing and probably won't return. Then we have Thank You right behind Nuschel and WSR Iron Speed in P13.
Can you tell us how much would Nuschel attack Comrade? Both are RST drivers, driving for different teams, but you definitely wouldn't want to hurt each other.
When Nuschel and me were driving together, we didn't attack each other, or at least in the third stint I realized that Nuschel is faster than me, so I let him go. And I was just driving my pace that I could do. In the end, we would probably been about as fast as, yeah, equally fast. We were losing about, without this mistake, it was about 1 second difference. Iron Speed has a 1 second penalty. That's unfortunate. And in the LMH class we have Vanderspec leading 2.5 seconds in front of Vulcan, but he has a half second penalty. Generally,
Yeah, Le Mans is not really forgiving with time penalties. Even if you think I wasn't gaining really anything, the white lines are quite strict here, and we see quite a lot of penalties. Something we hadn't have for a very long time in DAS races.
Yeah.
A very long time in DAS races.
Yeah. Oh, whoops. Sorry.
A very long time in DAS races.
Okay. Yeah, it isn't good if desktop audio is still there and it oversounds everything. That's not good.
Something that I should change?
No, this was something I had to change because I clicked on the stream and it still had sound, so you heard it in the background now. But should have been fixed now. Masma is writing go RRC. It seems he's awake now. I have used this account to host the remaining part of the 5th stint. So I had to be in the living room, click start race, and then run into the gaming room and make a screenshot of my BOP.
Yeah, good thing you have the opportunities to do that. Otherwise, it would also be more hectic.
Yeah, that's true.
Honestly, with another half-second time penalty, he's not doing himself favors. Seems like he is quicker, but yeah, losing half a second turns out to be more like 1 second. Enables Vulcan to stay in touch with him.
Yeah, we also need to say that that these cars are pretty close together, especially the first four teams. WSR is leading at the moment, 17 seconds in front of Halex, 46 seconds in front of JCR, and 1 minute 45 in front of FGR. So even though we only have 5 hours of racing left, still anything could happen in the result for the top 4. JC still in third, 2 seconds behind Vulcan, and 3.5 seconds in front of Ruppy. And Ruppy himself is 1.5 seconds in front of Zampa. Anyway, what I already saw last week is that the LMH class is very close together in lap times and in pace. It's always a surprise who wins the stint.
Yeah, that's something quite unique. Usually we have 1 or 2 teams fighting for victory for each stint, but now multiple teams are in contention for that. That's really great to see. And I hope, yeah, it stays like this for the last 2 stints we have today.
Yeah, hopefully. By the way, fun fact, the top 4 of the qualifying are not qualified for Lobby 1.
How came that? Because they drove rather poorly in the pre-qualifying race.
Yeah, they had many mistakes or had one driver who is good and one driver who isn't that good.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
why they ended up in P7, P10, P12, whatever. They all came down in the second lobby because they had a different set of drivers, of driver classes. Basically, they were driving with the pro class and an AM class.
Yeah. Well, it's all about race pace in the end, especially here for a 24-hour race. So sucks, but yeah, it's fair. And we're having a very close battle between all hypercars throughout all the hours we had so far. So something seems to have worked out, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Now back at the GT class, we have Hans-Peter in the lead with a 3:54.3. That's a very good pace. My best lap in the previous stint was a 3:55.4. And I was already pushing it quite hard. However, I don't know how many laps JCR will be doing in this stint. because usually they have done 7 or 8 laps for the first few minutes, because they are starting with a 50-liter fuel tank, and then they can use up to 100 liter. So yeah, they are going for a 3-stop strategy most of the time. Maybe Hans-Peter is different and will go for a different strategy, but we will need to see how much fuel he uses. Anyway, he seems to be pretty fast.
Yeah, already 7 seconds ahead of the next GT car, really flying away. And if he needs to do another pit stop compared to the others, he needs this gap to be building to compensate for that.
Yeah. Then we have Neofaster, who is driving 355 pace. Has used as much fuel as Hans-Peter. Will probably also go maybe 8 laps, but at least 7. And Pure Rob has used even more fuel. Then we have Aaron in P9. Nuschel in P10. Then Comrade in P11. And if we look at Aaron, Nuschel and Comrade, they are on a different strategy. They are obviously trying to go longer distances, because Aaron still has about 35 liters of fuel left. They will probably go for a 2-stop strategy. The same with Nuschel, and he got a half-second penalty. It's also notable to say that the AMG model did change. The last 2 races we were driving with the 2016 model, but since the 2020 model is now available, we are driving with the 2020 model.
Yeah, great to see that the game updated finally current GT3 car. Would like to see that for other cars as well, especially Ferrari. I think the Porsche has another Evo update. The Audi, which is a new car, the Evo model, has an Evo model from the Evo model. So the game is somewhat lacking behind. But maybe that change and we get a few cars next month. Who knows? Definitely looking forward to that.
To be fair, the second Evo model you can buy parts in the GT Auto, and you can update
That's the difference. Okay.
you can update the R8 Evo to the R8. You can update the Audi R8 Evo to the Audi R8 Evo 2 with the GT Auto parts, because you have a different set of diffuser, which is more or less just a color change, and you have a wider or an updated rear wing, which also gives a bit more downforce, which is good for technical tracks like the Nürburgring, but is useless on here.
Yeah, downforce is great until you want to go straight a very long time. And Le Mans, I think 75 to 80% flat out. So you need a lot of top speed here. I'm curious to see what the approach is for the next WC race. The next GT race is at Watkins Glen, and then WEC is at Road Atlanta. There are a lot of quick corner changes at the beginning, and you definitely need downforce. But you also want to pass, so you have to find a compromise there. I think here it's more straightforward. You need to have a good top speed to be competitive. But for the next races, it should be a bit more tricky to find the right setup.
Yeah, I think Le Mans is one of those tracks who are pretty straightforward with the setup. you just go for as little downforce as possible, or maybe also for just a little more, because you want to have that straight line speed. And but on the other side, you also want to have good handling, especially to the Porsche curves.
Yeah. From when I practiced, I went really low with wings, basically as little as possible. And the car was okay-ish for the first part. Then you have the very long straights. Indianapolis was all good, and then you have to tap the brake for the Porsche corners, and you really can feel the missing downforce that the car has, and you're struggling to get flat out through the corners. And especially if you compare that to the LMP1 cars, who had a lot more downforce. It's different, like day and night. You're really struggling, and you need that downforce, especially in the second part when you need to overtake or lap GT cars, and you have to be around the outside and get the overlap there.
Yeah. Let's look at the comments. Naras is writing I drive 9 and 1718 full tank for Aston. Oh, okay. But I think this will be quite a bit of a compromise, because the Aston Martin, when we tested it, it needed a lot of power to have the same top speed as the other cars. Of course, it has a bit better acceleration, but it still has a low top speed compared to the other cars. And because you need so much power, then the fuel tank is not lasting that long, usually. So I think most of the most of the RTO drivers were driving 7 or 8 laps with the Aston Martin, and then went for the 3-stop strategy. Only a few people were driving a different one. But yeah. Iron Speed is driving 404, 402, 403. That's yeah, that's not really good times, because a good time here is about 355, 356. And then there are some people who drive a 352.999, or was it even 351? I don't know.
I think in the very first thing we had a 351 medium to high. I'm not sure if this was also a slipstream, but I think that was the very fastest GT lap we had.
Yeah, that was crazy pace. I don't know how he did it. I really don't know. Must be an alien.
Yeah, I very do hope that all BOP settings are correct. We don't have bad surprises when we check.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as we don't have proof, need to we need to assume that it is correct. So
Yes.
the pace is the pace was very good in the first stint, especially from RTO. That was crazy. And also Iggy from Halex did drive a very good stint. He was able to go for 46 laps as well as RTO, and I was driving a more or less perfect stint. Maybe 10 or 15 seconds I could have gone faster, but I was still 50 seconds or so behind Iggy, and 1 minute 40 or so behind RTO. So that was that was harsh.
Yeah. Spandersbeck lapping the GT cars, Vulcan following him. Really interesting because you can lose or find a second here and there, and if Vulcan can find something, he maybe get back into slipstream range. He lost a bit of time, every lap here and there, and Swanasbeck, with no time penalties, he's disappearing bit and a bit.
Yeah, he seems to be about 1 second faster than Vulcan. Another comment from Pekka, FGR gap to Swanderspec. Yeah, it's 4.4 seconds now. For FGR, okay, it's 11.7. And Ruppy has a half-second penalty, as well as JC Racer and Iron Speed. And Misanthropics is saying the gaps were calculated so wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. We got the information that we got and put it in. I'm not sure. It could be that there was a mistake calculating the two gaps together, or that teams didn't report correctly. Especially with the game crash, there's nothing we can do but to trust that people are honest about this. And we cannot check at the moment. We have to check when the race is done, when we have the time. This takes a lot of time. And then we calculated, and that was the result. I'm not sure where the mistake is, if there is a mistake. I asked Eddie, as we are currently streaming, commentating, if he can take a look at this. Nusche is also driving at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
I
we
don't
need
know
to do.
what we can do.
I guess we need to do the same thing as we did for the Nürburgring races, that we need to download the video of the stint and manually check whenever someone did cross the line. Maybe we can also get some pictures. I think we have at least the video of who was it? WSR Sander, I guess. And then we can
Yeah.
at least report 2 of these gaps, and we can report whenever the drivers were crossing the line. We just need to find out. We just need to find out who is who, and then we need combined videos and combined proof, as much proof as we can. And at the end, it will be calculated correctly. Misanthropics, don't worry. But at the moment, we also have a schedule that we need to follow. So if there is a wrong gap, then we can't do much about it.
Yeah, definitely not done on purpose here. But as Comfy described, this takes a lot of time. We're not talking about 5 or 6 minutes. We're talking about half an hour to an hour at least. And then we ruin the time schedule completely. And I'm thankful that we can get at least this stint and minimum 2 hours for the next stint back, and we could resume racing.
Yes, exactly. Again, we will calculate the correct gaps, but at the moment it's not possible. We just need to go from what we have, and at the moment it's that. Gaming Indianer says good morning and is rooting for JCR. Then Daniel Michi is always also greeting us and is also supporting JCR. Very nice guys, I have to say, these JCR guys. I have had a talk with them a few days ago, and they are really nice people. Also have their own league races, and obviously Hans-Peter and Gammeltoast are the 2 fastest drivers of the group. At least in the GT cars.
It's a great debut for them. Being fast in quali, then fighting back because of driver changes in the race, and 14 seconds ahead with roughly half an hour speaks for itself.
Yeah,
Very strong performance.
But it seems this performance is bought with some disadvantages, because the fuel tank of Hans-Peter is already emptying, and I don't know if he can do another lap.
Sorry, my headphones disconnected.
What disconnected?
my headphones. But now everything's back to normal.
Okay. Yeah, 14 seconds in front of Neo Faster, who is 1 second in front of Pure Rob from MRL. MRL is having a mixed bag of a race. The first few people were fast, but mistake prone, and also weren't able to go for a two-stop or go for a fast strategy, so they needed to refuel much more often. And Neo Faster is also very fast with a 55.7, but he needs to pit this lap as well. So the first 3 GT class drivers will pit in this lap, pretty surely. Tires look okay, they look don't really used, so
Yeah, we saw it in the last stint. Casey went for a tire change, and who was it? EA Gamer didn't, and he was ahead by 8 seconds. Was the difference 7-8 seconds, and the gap came down in the last 30 minutes of the stints to about 2 seconds. So there was some time loss, about 5 seconds, which is roughly the time it takes to change tires. So it's really close together, and it's great to see that drivers have some opportunities here to make their own strategies, because both are available here.
yeah, Nushul goes for another lap, and Aaron is also saving much fuel, same as Comrade. They are looking for 9 laps. And as we can see, Pure Up has gone into the pits, whereas Neo Faster and Hans Peter have continued racing. They have gone for an 8th lap. Interesting.
What's your experience, Comfy? Is pitting 1 lap earlier beneficial, or is it because Le Mans is really about the straights that having better tires and compared to the guys that stayed out, not really that beneficial?
Tire wear is not really a thing, at least for me it isn't. I was able to drive both of my completely dry stints with two sets of softs. When I first pitted, I didn't change the compound, I didn't change the tire set, and only for the second pit stop I did change it. And the time loss with an old set of tires, yeah, it's half a second maybe, because the front tires are the ones that define when you get slower, and they don't really degrade, even if you put all the weight to the front on the Ferrari. So when I went to tire change after 26 laps or so, the front tires were still only used about 25% or so. So the pace was still there, but I saved 10 seconds of time for a tire change. So
Yeah.
for me only doing 1 tire change is beneficial. Nushel says for him it isn't, because he has more performance on a new set of tires, he has better balance, and for me the balance was always more or less the same, even though I had more rear wear.
Yeah. Thank you is writing in chat, if one has to retire the car, should they stay in the pit lane or quit the lobby? If you have to retire, please go into the pit lane and stay there and wait for the end of the race. This way, you won't disturb the other drivers, and the lobby can stay intact. We all know Gran Turismo lobbies are quite fragile, so please stay there and wait and get a good round of sleep.
Yeah. Going to the comments again, Mr. Freezy said that was Attes, I think, for the RTO drivers. He's a double alien. Okay, so we need to assume that he did his laps pretty legit. So then I need to say congratulations. You have no life. No, just kidding, but it's definitely a very impressive pace. Gotta say that. I wouldn't call myself a bad driver, but being 100 seconds faster than me on a track that I like, with a car that I like, within 180 minutes, that's crazy. So yeah, Hans-Peter
Yeah.
and Neo Faster did make it to the pits with 1 liter or even 0 liters of fuel left. Nuschel
That's
is
very
driving.
well calculated.
Yeah, Nuschel is driving a 355 too, so he's pressing out everything of the car that he can, and he's still on a two-stop strategy. But yeah, what I noticed is that Nuschel is about 2 or 3 tenths faster than me, but he's a bit more mistake prone. And he also gets a bit more penalties than me. Then Aaron also on a 9-lap stint, same as Comrade. Comrade's tires are not used at all, more or less. He doesn't need to change the tires when he goes into the pits, but to be fair, I think nobody does really need to change the tires here. Then we have Iron Speed, who is also on a two-stop strategy, but his last lap time was a 4-minute 10. That isn't that competitive. But his best lap time was in lap 7, 4 minutes 2. There's some improvement. Also, der Kuchi man asks if we can go to the LMPs. LMH, but okay. Then we go through the LMH. We have Svandersbeck going to the pits. We have Vulcan going into the pits. Svandersbeck even has more fuel left than Vulcan, 5 liters more. Then JC is continuing for another lap. So he will take the lead of the race for the moment. Ruppy is close behind, only 3.5 seconds behind. Seems to be on the same strategy as JC. And then Zampa, also on the same strategy, can go one more lap. And it seems that Sankyu is retiring because he is tired as fuck.
Yeah, I think he had 2 consecutive stints and then one where he streamed plus a 1 hour break in between where he had to stay awake. I think 9 to 10 hours in a row. Yeah, no worries that he is done for today.
Yeah, I can understand him because I am also in this position. And also for the last 24-hour races, I also was jumping in as a streamer or jumping in as a commentator or as a host, whatever. And I'm also involved in 6 of the 7 stints. Luckily, I was able to get about 2.5 hours of sleep in the 4th stint because that's the only stint where I don't have a job. And yeah, luckily I could also sleep in very fast and woke up with a heavy sleeping phase already behind me. So I was more or less fit as a fit wie ein Pommes frites. Like my father would say. Fit as a pommes frites.
That's a saying. Never heard that.
It's only a saying from my dad. That
Okay.
means it's the best
Very
saying.
special and unique then. Yes.
Yeah, Masma is driving next week. His team has qualified for the second lobby, and he's already looking forward to this.
Yeah.
Aaron goes for another lap, whereas Comrade and Nushel both went to do the pits, as well as Iron Speed. So yeah, that means Hans-Peter and Neofaster and Pure-Up will all get passed. But they are on a 3-stop strategy, so that this will bite them in the end. Because unless they are... Yeah, Neofaster is already not fueled up. Has not fully tanked the car. So he goes for a 3-stop. As for Hans-Peter, he might go for a very short fourth stint. And Pure-Up also for a short fourth stint.
Never ending game asks, why are these tires so shiny white? Yeah, I noticed this too. When the drivers go into pit lane and the camera shows the pit crew, I don't know if it's a bug or something, but the tires are almost completely white when hit by the sun. I guess we have the chance to catch up data again.
This is not a glitch, this is PS5, you peasant.
Doesn't look great, even if it's on PS5.
No, to be fair, my brother does not have a PS5, at least at the moment. And he also plays GT7 on the PS4, so the graphics are a bit different. It's less shiny. Noshel is
Yeah, I don't know. You guys are crazy. How many drivers are at your home right now? 2 or 3?
What? How many what?
Drivers. You and your dad, and is your brother also there?
Yes. My brother has driven Stint 5, like me, and Masma is driving next week. And yeah, it's 3 drivers from the Masafra family.
That's so cool. I really like that. That's something I could see DLL doing one time as well. Just inviting them over and being salty for 24 hours straight together.
Yeah, why not?
Packer asks why Swander is in second position. Has Sampa pitted yet? I do think he has not pitted.
No, Sampa hasn't pitted yet, so that's the reason why Swan's back in P2. Sampa is able to do 12 laps with this car, so this can be quite the advantage in the end. And he can do 40 minutes.
I guess it's going to be 20 lap stints following this, getting to 52 laps at the end.
I don't know what was. I think it's 51 or 52 laps if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe even 50, I don't know. I just know it for the GT class, and for the GT class it's most of the time 45 laps. and if you are an alien, it's 46 laps.
Yeah.
And if
No,
you are
I took a look into the gaps. It was 52 for the hyper, so 40 to go after this would make sense to do 20 laps twice.
yeah, and if you are a double alien, you're even able to finish the 46th lap. That's what I wanted to say. But I think Ates is only a reserve driver, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, we have now the... Sorry?
Which driver?
Ates from RTO with the Aston Martin. I think he was a reserve driver, if I'm not mistaken.
Looking at registrations. One moment.
No, not reserve drivers, as Naras. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess you already used like 5 different drivers, so I hope you have a reserve driver who has driven in this race, because otherwise that would be a problem. If you use the 5 drivers and all of them are main drivers, then that would be a
Now,
problem.
registration says 4 main drivers, and also have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reserve drivers. But
5
I don't
reserve
have the
drivers.
Yeah, but don't have the overview who drove, so on how many drivers there are.
Huh. Okay. What? Yeah, another the rule is that you can register up to 4 drivers for one car, and you can use one reserve driver for the team. So that's a maximum of 5 drivers for one car. If you use more, then we might have a problem. But this is part of the rule set, so it should have been clear.
I hope everything worked out fine at the end. 24-hour Nürburgring fan said that the WSR livery is great, and I have to agree. Really reminds me at the mid 2000 Renault F1 cars, but it is its own livery of WSR. I saw them also racing at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Good looking cars, also in real life, and they use the same livery for all cars, no matter if that's GT cars or even the hypercar, and the livery works well on every car, I think.
Naros is writing, wir haben einen Fahrer genutzt für die Quali, mehr nicht. Stintliste habt ihr ja auch als Stammfahrer bislang. Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with who drove where and who is entered in the registration, but I believe you if you say that all of them are main drivers. No,
Yeah,
don't worry. I was just
and
maybe I'm just a bit confused because yeah, at the end of the day I'm involved for 18 hours in a or for 6 stints in a 7 stint race, so I'm tired as well.
yeah, sorry for the confusion. Hey, if Nushu can do bad jokes in the stream, I can do them too. And I'm proud of them.
Yeah, I
The
haven't seen
worse, the
Stint
better.
4. Yeah, I haven't seen Stint 4, so I can't say. Because I was sleeping in that stint.
The chat is asked where Hans Peter is.
Hans Peter is in the pits. He has engine damage. he has had engine damage, so he must have had a really bad collision somewhere. And that must have been pretty early in the lap, because it was a 5:15. Ouch.
That's over a minute time loss. At the end of the first sector, there are the fast corners where you could hit the barriers hard. That's the only place I think that could have happened, because otherwise, the long straight and back onto the Porsche corners, it's pretty difficult to get engine damage.
Yeah, I
And
think. Sorry, I think he must have been before Tertre Rouge, before before the beginning of Sector 2.
yes,
Probably in this corner combination of the left and right. And maybe he also hit the pollard and then lost the car, drove to the left, and did get the damage. Maybe that's what happened. I can't say, but unfortunately, and that's one of the disadvantages of having a FR car. If you crash with the front, you can have engine damage. This is something you won't see with an MR car. And talking about MR cars, except the Porsche, we only have the Ferrari left as an MR car in this group here. We have many more Porsches in the second lobby, but the general consensus on this track is to use an FR car because they have more distributed tire wear, and because they have more power and mostly better top speed and acceleration. Yeah, so Neofast is now leading the GT class, 2 seconds in front of Pure Rob, who has a bit more fuel left than Neofaster. Then we have Nuschel, 15 seconds behind Pure Rob, but on a different strategy, because he's going for a 2-stop. Then we have Comrade, 10 seconds behind Nuschel, and Aaron, 3.5 seconds behind Comrade. Maybe he did a mistake somewhere. Sorry?
News about Hans-Peter Horst. Apparently his steering wheel disconnected. And yeah, if that happens, you're only passenger, and if you have the wrong angle or something like engine damage, can happen very quickly. So that's really unfortunate. I hope this was only a one-time thing, and this problem won't happen in this stint or ever again. Yeah, that really sucks.
It generally is a race that sucks a bit for JCR because they have had so good pace, and then they had to replace a driver at the same day of the event because he had internet issues. There was a rainstorm on Friday that obviously took out the internet connection of one of their drivers. So they asked yesterday for a new driver, and then we agreed that they can change the driver if they start last. All in all, this is a very soft penalty. A very soft penalty for a issue they can't do anything about. But generally also the drivers, all of them are pretty fast, but the mistake rate of the error rate of these drivers has been quite high. And just for reference, I was driving 3 stints as well. I didn't have damage once.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things you have to keep in mind. Go as fast as you can, but you have to keep in mind that bringing the car home is the main objective. you can gain maybe half a second there and or a second overall. But if you crash, if you get too many penalties, it's just not worth it. So you have to find a healthy mix between taking risk and bringing the car home safely. And so far, I'm pretty impressed with most of the drivers that did a really good job at this.
Yeah. To be fair, the stint, how do you say this in English? The stint formation of RRC2 of my team has been pretty unique because I was driving the first stint, then I tried the second stint, then I the third stint, then I tried the fourth stint, then I was driving the fifth stint, and now we have two more drivers coming because yeah, obviously now is a comrade driving, and for the next stint we have T cubes. And Comrade has been the reserve driver, has been promoted to main driver on Wednesday because we needed him, and we have entered a new reserve driver, which was Shishiman, who was driving in the LMH class. But it seems we won't need Shishiman, sadly. But yeah, he had his chance to qualify. Sadly, it didn't work. It would have been great to have the LMH car qualified for this lobby, because both Top and Shishiman are going to Le Mans Classic next week, so they won't be able to participate in the second event. So you need to find new drivers for the LMH car.
Yeah, Nuto was quite generous offering that seat also to me. Yeah, I would like to drive, to be honest, but internet situation is still not solved. I think I've told you that they open up the street to look for the cable twice. And you know what's even more funnier than doing that twice? Doing that the third time. So next
Yay!
week it's all over again. And yeah, I'm not quite sure when this ends. It's been already a month and it's way too long.
Yeah, this is not acceptable.
Yeah. Conti, I think I'm leaving you now. I'm taking a look at the FGR gap situation, if we can fix that
Yeah,
within this stint. And then I have a short breakfast and then I rejoin you in the commentary booth.
yeah, no worry. See you later.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, then we go to the LMH class again. We have Swandersbeck leading by 18 seconds in front of Vulcan, but he now has a 1 second penalty. He has to serve now. Luckily, won't be that much of an issue because of the hybrid power. Swanspec can accelerate quite fast again. Then Vulcan without a penalty. Let's see how much he gains now. Yeah, it's 1.5 seconds. Bit more than that, but not really much. Although Vulcan has still a bit of hybrid power left, so he can still go for a few fast laps. Also, due to the complications we had in the fifth stint with the disconnect of the host, and then the 1 hour lobby after the red flag situation, the last stint will only go 2 hours instead of 3 hours. This will open up a new strategic window, and yeah, will be interesting to see what the people will do in this stint. Marfu or the Maerfu, no, it's a Maertu, sorry, it's Maertu, who's writing Go Go Neo RTO. There are many RTO fans here. and also JCR. That's great to see. About the RTO, at the moment Neofaster is in P6. That's P1 of the GT class, and he's driving good pace, 3:55.0. That's pretty strong. And it might be that this lap is even faster. He goes over the line and it's a 3:55.2. Okay, not faster, but it was still pretty fast. Then we have Pure Up, who has collected a 1 second penalty. It seems both have changed tires at the pit stop. They want to drive with new tires. Good morning, everybody. Let's go for current iron speed. Oh, hello, Eifelblitz. Wertes Fräulein. That was kind of funny because when I was driving with Nuschel in the first stint, you were driving as well, and then he told me that because I assume normally that the drivers we drive against are male because that's like 99% of the case. And then he told me, yeah, she's a she, she's a woman. Oh, okay. Because he heard one other driver complaining about her. So yeah, then when you arrived with your car, then I said, das Fräulein ist an mir vorbeigefahren. And then he was informed that someone is coming for him or to lap him. 17 seconds behind Pure Up is Nuschel. Fluctuating pace at the moment, 3:56, 3:56, 3:55, then a 3:58. And then we have 12 seconds apart, we have a Comrade who is on the same strategy. Has a bit less fuel now, maybe he has refueled a bit less. And we have also Aaron, who has got a half-second penalty and has more fuel in the tank than Comrade has. Halex is about 3 minutes behind RC, so I told Comrade it's important to keep Aaron in check. And Comrade is just doing that at the moment. Not overdriving the car. And just trying to finish. Hihi, das Fräulein ist an mir vorbeigefahren. Grüezi, best regards from Switzerland. Ah, kommt das 1291 von dem her? Okay. Ja, salut zurück. Ich bin halt auch Schweizer. But yeah, back to English again. Oh, I think this was not a good corner from Aaron. Yeah. Lost a bit of time there. And Hans-Peter is already gaining a bit of time. He's only 36 seconds now behind Aaron. But of course with this engine damage, that was costly. That was really, really costly. In GT we need a little miracle. Yeah, it's still P2 at the moment, so it's a very good result for you. And there are still 4 hours to go, so anything can happen. Another 34 seconds behind Hans-Peter is Iron Speed, who has been lapped by his teammate. Why is there a hair in my Ricola? Anyway. Iron Speed would be on a personal best if he wouldn't have to serve his half-second penalty. Which he doesn't need to because he obviously got it very late. And Hypercar is still a sprint race after 5 stints. Yeah. Swansbeck is now only 7 seconds in front of Vulcan, so he has lost a bit of ground. But he has had a very slow lap 17. He lost 7 seconds there. It's only a 3:30 for him. And obviously the hybrid energy is used by now, so he won't be as fast anymore. As for Vulcan, he still has a bit more of hybrid energy. He will be able to get closer to Swansbeck in the acceleration zones. As for fuel, it's the same for both. Ruppy is 20 seconds further behind. Goes a bit wide here. Could be a penalty if it was shown correctly. Yes. Yeah, if you go over the line with all 4 wheels and even over the curb, then you get the penalty, and then you can't do anything about it. You get it anyway, even if you slow down. Even if you, I think even if you brake, you would still get the half-second penalty. It's too exciting for the overall lead. 10-second life gap if my math are good enough. Yeah, at the moment I think it's 9 seconds. 9 seconds advantage for WSR. It's a very close battle between you and Halex. Then JC 5.5 seconds behind Ruppy. I like the JCR livery with this black splash livery. With this black blue splash livery. Reminds me a bit of Need for Speed. With his first splash decals. And the slime green this star on the engine cover also looks great with the JCR logo and text on the sides of the car. Then Zampa, quite lonely at the moment, with a 1 minute 14 gap to Svandersbeck and 42 seconds behind JC. I like your Swiss English. Yeah, sorry, I try to talk with as little accent as possible, but it's still noticeable, sadly. Und das ist unser Problem, wir haben fast nur schnelle FahrerInnen. Yeah, that's good. That's a great part of the team if you have a driver pairing which is equally fast, then you will get good results. Then let's switch to the GT class again. We have Neofaster in P1 with a personal best of 3:54.8. Great pace. Neo, go RTO. Yeah, Martu is cheering on Neofaster. Das Racing Team Ostfriesland. Yeah, as we said in the second stint, we have now 30 teams in the DES, and that's an insane number because when DES started with a different name, they only had 3 leagues. They had, what was it, UFL, F1R, and another league I'm not sure about because of all those events that DES had, I haven't taken part in the first one. And originally I was part of the UFL team, and I was driving for UFL in many races. The first one was Le Mans with the hypercars, and not hypercars, with the LMP class. In Gran Turismo Sport, it was an 8-hour race. I did drive with my good friend Kowu Tien. Sadly, today he isn't able to drive much because of work, but we did a drive, and I think I'm not 100% sure, but I think we did finish up P2 at the end because we were more or less the fastest team who didn't cheat, except one other team from F1R who was faster. But that was a great result, and since then I have taken part in literally every DS main race. Maybe I missed one, but I guess at the moment I should be the driver with the most participations. Okay, let's go to P2. We have VPL Pure Up for MRL, 7.5 seconds behind Neofaster. Yeah, also the first participation for MRL, not only for RTO, it's also for MRL, and they are showing great performance as well. Pure Up seems to be the fastest driver of MRL, and even though they are at the moment in P8 of the class, let me see shortly. I think they are in P8, yeah, maybe P7 because RX can't drive at the moment. But yeah, MRL P13, maybe also P P8 at the moment. Could be P7 at the end because RX can't drive at the moment. Also a good debut here. And Pure Up seems to be the fastest driver of the group. Pure Up has driven in the first stint as well. Has been fast in the first stint, but a bit mistake prone. Then let's look at Nuschel. Lap 18, still half a fuel tank left. So he will go the usual strategy. Fluctuating pace, but seems to be very good. 356, 356. then a 355, then a 358 because he seems to have had a penalty. Another 56, another 55, and another 57. Comrade collected a 1-second penalty and has recently driven a personal best of 357.020. Yeah, Comrade was the one driver for us who has the least experience with the Ferrari, at least for this track. He has been my teammate ever since the start of the season. For the first 4 races he has always been my teammate. In the first race in Bathurst where we won, he was my teammate. Wasn't particularly impressed with the car choice that I made, but did drive anyway and did drive a very good last stint. Then he drove in Monza 2 fast stints. Then we did drive in McLaren in Spa in the Group 3 class. We finished 2nd. And at the Nürburgring we finished. Yeah, the result isn't official yet, but it seems we finished 2nd as well, behind DLL. Result should be communicated as soon as we have all results ready. Then in the 5th race at the Brands Hatch we did split up teams. Nuschel wanted to drive with Comrade, so they drove together. And I drove with Gigiman. And now for the 6th race, he was at first he was registered as a reserve driver, but since we needed him because our next driver T-Cubes has injured himself, he can drive 1 stint, but he says he isn't able to drive 2 stints or more. So yeah, that's why Comrade is driving this stint. And that's why it's just bringing the car home. And Aaron from Halex, I haven't seen him for a while. I think he has driven with Halex. He has driven in the Dragon Trail 6-hour race where we had 2 lobbies. If I'm not mistaken, he was the teammate of JM Devil, and they won the race with the Peugeot RC set. Now Aaron is in the slipstream of a Comrade, chasing him. It even seems that Aaron wants to go for 20 laps in this stint. Or he's just saving fuel so that he can stay less long in the pits. Who knows? Hans-Peter is gaining massively because he has driven a 353.2. Yeah, just sadly he made a mistake. That cost him so much time. But yeah, 23 seconds now behind Aaron. 4 seconds a lap faster. And consistently driving this pace. So you need to be aware of that. Then 1 minute behind we have Iron Speed, who it seems hasn't been able to drive a lap under 4 minutes, but he's very close. Should be a matter of time until he gets a lap under 4 minutes. Wir haben sie in der NSL schon geschlagen, aber auch nur auf einer Strecke. Die Jungs sind geisteskrank. Sick Individuals is answering on another message. Oh, I've blitzed said if he knows SBM, because these are alien drivers. And Sick Individuals was saying that these guys really are pretty fast. I've Blitz says that she has beaten them with the standard setup, and the response was that from Sick Individuals was that with the standard setup they are vulnerable, but they train like mad. They practice like mad. And they also said that 3 of 7 drivers have trained more than 5 laps from their teams, I guess. I think JC Racer went off, says Pekka. Let's see. Yeah, did he went off? I don't know. The lap times seem pretty stable to me. Maybe Ruppy was just faster. We need to see. No, it doesn't seem to be a mistake from JC. It is just that Ruppy is faster at the moment. Or that Ruppy has had made a mistake in lap 21 and now they are pretty close together. Yeah, Pakai, it's no problem. We can't. I don't know as well. Unfortunately, I can't have eyes on every situation right now, and I also shouldn't use the keyboard. I would use the keyboard normally, but whoa, that was contact. That was unnecessary. I'm not using the keyboard due to the lobby being less stable, or at least if I use the keyboard during the replay, many people claim that the lobby crashes. I haven't had this experience, but maybe this was the reason why the Nürburgring lobbies did go down. Now looking at Zampa, he's 1 minute behind Ruppi. And 1 minute 35 behind Swandersbeck. Comfortably 5th in the class. Now lapping Nuschel. And let's look at the WSR and Halex. Yeah, the gap seems to be staying the same. 8 seconds between Svandersbeck and Vulcan. And Vulcan needs to pit in this lap. Last time I checked, Vulcan had more fuel than Svandersbeck, but now it's different. Now it's the other way around. With Vulcan having less fuel than Svandersbeck. Okay, really, when you used to replay the lobby crashed? We had 9 drivers disconnecting in the same second just 2 weeks ago in NSL. Skylight Racer writes, hello Italian Jesus. Hello Kano. My driving has been done and now I let my teammates drive. So yeah, okay, I think that's enough LMH cars for now. Let's go back to the GTs. Neofaster is now 3 seconds in front of Pure Up, but Pure Up has a half-second penalty. And is 18 seconds in front of Nuschel. Neofaster needs to go into the pits in this lap. And that means when he goes into the pits in this lap, he needs to go one more time into the pits. And since the target are 45 laps, I believe you need to refuel for 12 laps 2 times. But the strategy can of course change if rain is coming, which happened to me in the 5th stint twice. But only once did the rain really come and did need to switch to intermediates. The second time where rain was coming was just it was just a rain cloud that did occasional where the rain did fall occasionally and at specific locations. So the circuit did dry up quite quickly. Who's your mate? My mate is RC Comrade, who is fighting against Aaron, but Aaron has a 2-second penalty, so he will need to let Comrade go again in the penalty zone, which is coming up after Arnage. But first we go into the right kink in that difficult right kink. Difficult because you can lose that car quite easily here. Then into Indianapolis, where in the real race many crashes happened. Then Arnage, and now Aaron has to sit out the 2-second penalty. And Comrade goes past with a more or less 2-second gap, even 2.5. Notion now 22 seconds in front, and both Neofaster and Pure Up have gone into the pits. Okay, I didn't expect Pure Up to go as early as Neofaster, but it seems to be that they want to be on the same strategy. Now for Neofaster, another set of tire change. Good morning, community. Good morning, Aussie. And of course we will refuel now, same as with Pure Up. And Aaron has gone past. And we may not forget Aaron, Comrade and Nuschel all don't need to pit. They can continue on. But Pure Up, that was a very short pit stop of Pure Up. And Hans-Peter is claiming the position again. And Hans-Peter has been very fast in the last few laps. His gap to Aaron is now only 13 seconds. We may not forget that he had engine damage and that he needed to pit again and lost about 1 minute of time. Okay, 1.5 seconds for Hans-Peter now. I've seen he's gone wide for one corner, maybe also for a second one. Sideways. But he would be on the way for another 353. Okay, there's a lot of organizational stuff going on. I need to look at that as well. So I'm not 100% concentrated on the race. I'm sorry about that. So Iron Speed, 111 behind Neo Faster.
Hello, Confi, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm back.
Welcome back. What did you miss? I can't hear you anymore. But what you missed is that Pure Rob and Aaron did go into the pits. No, Aaron did not go. Pure Rob went to the pits. Neofaster went to the pits as well. And Hans Peter did have engine damage, but I don't know if you already realized that. As for the LMH class, we have JC leading because Vansbeck and Vulcan did both pit. Ruppy is 10 seconds behind JC, and the GT class is being led by Nushel, who still has to do his second pit stop. 25 seconds in front of a comrade, which is very closely followed by Aaron.
Okay.
Did the situation with the FGR gap solve itself?
Not quite. It seems like that the calculate gap from FGR was correct, but the gap from JCR or Alex wasn't, and that was the difference. So they lost the correct time, but the other seems to not have lost the time they could have, and that's why they lost positions.
Yeah, that's a bit of a difficulty to get the correct times, especially when there is a lobby crash. You want to collect the gap from 2 laps before, but this might not be possible for everybody. It would honestly be easiest to just get the gap that you had at the end when the lobby ride-up crashed. You have a bit more of a gap probably, but yeah, would be it's difficult when a lobby crashes that you get the right gap, especially when you have 2 laps before or 2 laps more because of pit stops and whatever. Really difficult to get the correct times here. Hopefully it solves itself once we have the results. But at the moment,
yeah, that's the thing. If you have the time to get through everything, get more clear. Unfortunately, yeah, it has to go quickly and on the go, and somewhere must have been a mistake. Yeah, we're on it, and if not today, we'll find it after the race and correct it. So there is no penalty or anything for them. It will be fair and just at the end.
Yeah, I don't worry about that. We have always found a good way to have a fair result at the end. Okay, back to the comments. Flipsy has posted a lot of comments here. Good morning in the morning. Wenn SBM hier mal mitfahren sollte, dann hätte RX mal Konkurrenz. Zumindest in Person von Marco und Crowhawk. Noric name, etc. Jaws and Comfy, nice duo. Yeah, I honestly don't know about the SBM. Do you know them?
So which comment is that? I'm going through chat now.
From Flipsy, right at the bottom. His second message. Wenn SBM hier mal mitfahren sollte, dann hätte RX mal Konkurrenz.
No, SBM doesn't ring a bell. Maybe he can explain in chat who they are and why one should know them. Bit lost here.
A little bit. SBM is known in the German community if you are really into it. Yeah,
It's
okay.
a very broad description. Racing team. Okay, that helps.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
SBM is probably the
maybe
fastest team.
you want to advertise us and they'll be with us for the next race. But yeah, we never focus to get certain drivers or teams leads into the series. We were once quite small, but really connected, and from that we grow, and all the drivers are interested in the league here and want to drive, and we're really happy lately with the growth, and we're in a good place. So we do not need to get certain drivers, but if they are interested, they are more than welcome to join.
Yeah, if we grow again like this past few weeks, then then we might need to get help because we have 30 teams now, and with 5 people in the orga, it's pretty difficult to handle all of this.
Yeah. One side is to host the races or to have the drivers for the races. That part is quite easy actually right now. The other side that you might do not see that much is the auger, especially Confi. He's 6 from 7 active today, and yeah, the manpower behind that is simply needed. And for this year, I think we're pretty much set to go with our current schedule, and then we have to look what we are going to do with next year for the next seasons and how we can improve, maybe even a bit simplify things, so that the human resources we have are spent more efficient.
Yeah, obviously this league wasn't thought to have 30 different teams. We thought about maybe having 10 different teams competing against each other, but with so many different teams now, it's just a nightmare to control everything, or at least check everything. Control is the wrong word.
We had once a race in Gran Turismo Sport where we used 2 lobbies for one race. And at the beginning of Gran Turismo 7, we were pretty much set on one lobby for an event. And now we have 2 lobbies pretty much regularly. And for this, even 2 lobbies for a 24-hour race. So the growth lately has been insane. And we have to find a way to accommodate all drivers for next year.
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, Martu has cheered on Neo faster again, but let's look at the LMH class for once. JC Racer is now 13 seconds in front of Rupi. Both JC and Rupi haven't pitted yet. Rupi needs to go in this or the next lap, and JC has about 2 or 3 more laps of fuel in it. Then 33 seconds behind JC is Swanderspec, and he's 11 seconds in front of Vulcan. Vulcan with a half-second penalty is about 52 seconds in front of Zampa.
Do you reckon that everyone has to stop one more time, or the top two have to stop twice?
Theoretically, you could only one stop for the. I think for most drivers it could be only one stop, but it's their choice. I think the LMH class always pitted more 3 times, if I'm not mistaken, but 2 times should also go well.
Yeah, I think for the first two, if they stop only one more time, they stay ahead for a time. They have to refuel more, maybe a bit slower lap times, but they have the lead on track. So maybe that's worth doing for them to hold on to the race lead at the moment. Now let's see. We're a bit. Well, we get more info at the end of the lap. You said will be most likely in this lap. So we will see how much fuel there's going in, and then we can see if there's another stop or not.
Well, there aren't that many long distance events out there, sadly. So when you regularly host them, it's kinda self-explaining where you get so many applications. No, absolutely not. It's not self-explaining because all the long distance races we had only had one lobby, and we had difficulty to get even a full field there. So I really can't sign that message here. The last time in Spa, for example, we had a one lobby, we had 14 teams, and in the previous years with GT Sport we also had a 24-hour race at the Nürburgring, which was one lobby. We also had a 24-hour race on Le Mans, which had 11 teams or 11 entries. So yeah, it's really not self-explanatory. It's also a bit explanatory for Flipsy to promote this channel, to promote this league. It's because of him that we did get so many more leagues into this race and into these events. And also, of course, returning faces from Halex, which only take part in selected races. BNR, who only takes part in the WEC races. WSR, who's also mostly in these WEC events. And then, of course, the new guys from JCR, from RTO, from MRL. And again, we have another 24-hour race or 24-hour event next week for the second lobby. Another 14 teams who are driving here for glory.
Yeah, it's crazy. Think that we have 2 24-hour races back to back. But really looking forward to this as well. Didn't gave up all hope that I cannot compete. Still believing, still dreaming. Yeah, and if not, then I guess try to commentate will need to get some instructions from Nuffield for the gap document. I think I will be busy next week either way. And yeah, then we do this craziness, this madness once more, another 24 hours. Yeah, but it's great to see that the interest is there, and the feedback from the new teams is quite positive. And I think they're here to stay, and we see them in the future too.
Kangaroo is writing, yeah, but you kinda got known in the German sim racing community, so they join. My team, RTO, already was in your Discord from a past event. Was it also another 24 hours of Le Mans event? I'm not sure. I thought I already saw an RTO league uh, who participated in only one race, and this was the 24 hours of Le Mans. I think you joined with the Mercedes AMG, or at least they did join with this car. But yeah, the name RTO does ring a bell for me, but
Yeah, now that you mentioned, yeah, you're right. Difficult to remember it all blurs together quite easily. But yeah, they were in the Mercedes, and it was Le Mans. You're right.
okay. So my memory did not deceive me. Then Flipsy has posted polls again for liveries. We have we have 8 GT liveries and 6 hypercar liveries to choose from, or is it even more? At least for this race, it would be 6 and 8. Lidl from Jesus. Lol. Okay, Eddie is writing, I calculated gaps by hand. FGR is still in the lead in the LMDH class with 51 seconds to WSR and 108 to HXR. Okay, so FJR obviously seems to be a minute or 50 seconds in front of WSR. So there
Yeah, thanks
might
a lot, Eddie. It's great that we have this solved.
Okay, yeah, thank you. But that means that we have to manually adjust this in the document.
Yes.
Can you do
Yes.
that, Charles?
Eddie, can you write me teams and the new gaps? DM, just per DM, and I can update them. Yeah, we can wait for Nushel, but I can do this now as well.
Yeah, Nushel is driving, so it will be difficult to get it in time.
Yeah, he's probably writing at the moment. Yeah, then we can fix that, and I can make a screenshot and send in the correct standings. Yeah, let's do it like that.
Kangaroo also wrote, and we had 8 members interested in this event, so now we have 4 drivers and 4 reserves who could have jumped in if something went wrong. You could have also just registered 2 teams, then all of them could drive. Yeah, looking at the GT class again, we have GTP Nushel in the lead of the GT class with 30 seconds gap to Comrade. Then Aaron closely following. Then Pure Rob with 8 seconds behind Aaron, but on a different strategy. He will stay out a bit longer and refuel maybe less than Neo Faster. Also on a completely different strategy. Might get back into the lead at the end of the race. when all stints are done, then we have Hans-Peter with a minute behind. He needs to go to the pits one more time and got a 1 second penalty. Yeah, he has had engine damage. I think you have seen it, Charles.
Yes. Thank you. I hope I pronounced it right. Meratu for 200 bits in the chat. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. No, because they would have been required to drive LMP1, and most of the really fast teams drive LMP1. So it would have been really hard for us since we don't have that much LMP1 experience in setups. Oh, I see. Hans-Peter has gotten another 1 second penalty. Now it's 2 seconds in total. That will cost him a lot of time in the penalty zone. Alright, Charles, you have driven both the old AMG and the new AMG pretty often now, I guess.
Yes.
What is the difference between these two cars? Why do you
Well,
think they
the
update
old
to the 2020 edition?
The old car, the 2016 car, is a bit more safe to handle. It is a bit understeery, especially in faster corners, but it's always predictable. The weight distribution is more to the front, and the tire wear distribution is really even. So all in all, the car is predictable to drive. It's easy to bring to the limit and stay on that limit. And it's suitable for long distances. So all in all, a really good car. The new car, the Evo version, the 2020 car, is basically the same but more aggressive. The weight distribution is more rearward. So you have oversteer, but it's right in the area where it's nice to play with. It's easy to catch, but you feel you have to be a bit more aware about the rear than with the 16 car. You have more rotation in corners, and it's still stable enough. So it is a good compromise. It feels a bit more aggressive overall. That's basically the bottom line here, and still a good car to drive. Being more aggressive means also a bit more rear tire wear, so you have to keep that in mind for races. So the balance is shifting more, and you've got more oversteer. But yeah, even for an understeer pleb like me, it is quite easy to drive, even for a longer stint. Obviously, Confi's laughing about what I call oversteer. That's still understeer for him, as our driving style are quite contrary. But yeah, an enjoyable car with the right mixture of being aggressive, I would say.
You may also not forget that the new car is 40 kilograms lighter than the old one. The old one is weighing 1,225 kilos and the new one is 1,285.
Yeah. I've not driven the car for WEC, but for the Group 3 series, which has the standard BOP. And you can feel that the car is a bit lighter for the corners, but has not the same straight line power that the old car has. So for something like here, the old Mercedes could be better because Le Mans is really much on the straight. For something like Spa, it would be interesting. I assume that the 2016 car would be better for Sector 1 and 3, but the Evo version would be a lot better in the twisty second sector.
Okay. Yeah, that's a detailed description, that's what I needed. And
yeah, never-ending game is pretty much From what I said, just took the setup from the 16 car, and it did feel more oversteer than before. Yeah, there is more oversteer, you can feel it, but it's right in the area where you want it to be, so you can catch the car easily, but have overall more rotation.
Yeah, but you can also play more with the ballast, of course, especially for these races here. You can do much more with the ballast. You can put it more on the front, you can put it more on the rear, you can make it more oversteer, you can make it more understeery, whatever you prefer, which you
Yes,
can't really do with the old car because it's already at the weight limit.
yes, that's the point. That the car, I think, 1325 kilos. It's one of the heaviest cars, so BOP will focus more on power instead of the weight of the car. So you can't use this as an instrument to set up the car to your liking. You said 40 kilo, I think that's correct. With the lighter version, you have this opportunity and can set it up quite nicely.
Can we see more hypercar coverage, please? Yes, you can, of course. Uh, we have JC Racer leading, but he hasn't pitted yet, so he needs to go in this lap, and after that, I'm pretty sure he can do the whole distance with this set of tires, and he has a bit trouble lapping Nuschel. Had a bit of a misunderstanding here. Has been a time loss for both. But yeah, he's leading, going for the two-stopper it seems. Then we have Swandersbeck, who is 10 seconds in front of Vulcan. The gap is staying pretty consistent. Then Vulcan cutting his way past Hans-Peter. He's a good minute in front of Sampa, 1 minute and 13 to be exact. And Rupi is in 5th position. He's in P5 and is about 7.5 seconds behind Sampa. And I'm not sure, but it looks like he might need to pit again at the end of the race.
Quarter for Vulcan. Now my stream is lagging. Yeah, now it's a rookie 3/4. I think that's enough. Otherwise, you maybe need to save a lap or two. But tire wise, he should be good as well. So I would say go to the end from here.
Yeah, now it's P4 because Sampa has driven into the pits. He seems to have had damage once. Don't know which lap this was, but the right side of the car at the front is damaged visually. The livery has gone off here a bit. So yeah, at the moment both Vulcan and Swandersbeck need to pit once more. And JC will go into the pits in this lap. Is 3 seconds slower than his personal best. I guess it is in the 322 area. And of course he goes into the pits now. Would have been dumb if he didn't do it otherwise. So yeah, the race in Watkins Glen, are you already looking forward to it? Do you think you can make it to this race if your internet
Pray.
is good again?
I pray. I like the track. It is quite fast. You have the elevation change. It reminds me a bit of Spa without a very long straight. But yeah, fluent corners and no really slow parts. The track is just a joy to drive, and racing could be interesting there. I hate that I cannot drive here at Le Mans, so I would take the next race also as a 24-hour race if it was for me, not only as a 6 race, but yeah, I really hope I can make it. As I couldn't, or I knew that I couldn't make it for Le Mans, I tested the track quite a bit. There is an 800 PowerPoint race with 200k payout. You can do that to practice a bit, and obviously a bit of time trial here and there. But yeah, I hope I can soon do proper online again and test against other drivers to learn more about the track. But all in all, I think we're in for a good run.
Yeah, it's quite sad that you couldn't drive because you won the GT class last time, or at least your team won.
Yes.
DLL won the GT
Yes.
class. I think they also won the LMH class.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We were
LMP it was.
victorious in both classes in last year. Le Mans is, I think, my favorite track or my favorite event. The track itself is quite simple, but I don't know, it's something special about Le Mans that I like it the most, even more than the Nürburgring race. The most just special for me, and yeah, it's quite painful that I have to sit out this one, but yeah, I'm pretty confident that we will visit Le Mans next year as well. So I have to take it like it is and look forward for the next one.
Yeah, and I can remember you were driving the Toyota Supra in that race last year, or yeah, it was 1.5 years ago.
Yes, the Supra really beast on the straights, and that's what you need for this track. And a bit aggressive, also if you can tame it, predictable enough to aid you through the cornery parts, most the portal corners, and was really an exhausting race. I remember Freezy, my teammate, had to do a double stint as one driver was or couldn't make it, and in the LMP1 class, Kim Vegeta did also, I think, 3 stints instead of 2 because someone else couldn't make it, despite being ill. So he was really ill and wasn't feeling well. He wasn't sounding well as well over the party audio, but nevertheless did another stint. So it was really just a great team event and a great experience.
Yeah, I also remember that we from RC took part in that race with a very odd car, which has been used in a Brands Hatch lately, the SLS AMG, the older AMG car from 2011.
Yes, I remember, I wondered when I saw the registration, the Mercedes, okay, wait, what? That Mercedes, not the AMG. But yeah, you were quite competitive as well. And I remember taking, after the event, taking photos from the car to post. And I like your liveries, especially on the, on the LMP1 really much.
Yeah, you have to thank Tom for that because he did the liveries.
Yeah,
Who
really
remember?
well done.
Yeah. Who remembers the GT3, GT4 multiclass in Dragon Trail, or the first event 12-hour team duel with FPL in Kyoto? My first, yeah, for Mega Al it was the first race not driving as a reserve driver, because in the previous race he has always been the reserve driver, because he didn't have the game or didn't play it as much. And for GT7 he has been a regular driver for quite a longer time now. Okay, let's look at the GT class again. We have Neo Faster at the moment in position 1, but he needs to go into the pits one more time. Will probably be in lap 34 or 33. He's 29 seconds in front of Nuschel, who has already done all his pit stops. Then we go to Comrade, who is 30 seconds behind Nuschel and has a 1 second time penalty. 1.5 second time penalty. And it's just right in front of Aaron. They are close together for the whole race distance, to be fair. Then 5 seconds apart is Pure Rob, who has refueled his car completely, it seems. He should make it to the end. Then we have Hans-Peter Wurst, who is probably going to pit once again. I don't think he will make it with this amount of fuel. And Iron Speed 2 minutes 16 behind Hans-Peter. And wow, has been put off the chicane and wanted to drive through it, but got reset on track. That's harsh. And Thank You has been in the pits for 1.5 hours now. You still here, Charles?
Yeah, I'm taking care of the corrected gap, and I'll be back in a minute. I'm muting myself again.
Ah, okay. Didn't know. Yeah, should maybe it's difficult to stream and to watch the program being and watch the program working and also look at messages at the same time. It's a bit difficult. Sorry for that. What I noticed is that a lot of LMP1 don't wait for a good opportunity to lap the GTs, but instead just push them wide or dive bomb. Yeah, sadly this is like that. It seems that they didn't read the rules. And a few drivers do really not wait. I think BNR is a good example. They are always taking care of the GT cars and they are waiting for the best opportunity to overtake them. FGR in general as well. They also look for that. JCR, yeah, they too. WSR also. It just have been a few drivers of Halex who have been a bit reckless. I can't really blame the whole team for that. It's just in general a few drivers who do not care. Could be from any team. Vulcan is decreasing the gap to Van der Speck. It's now only 5 seconds. Has been able to drive a fastest personal lap in lap 33, 321.9, which is quite strong if you consider that he doesn't have as much hybrid power, battery power left. Should be more or less empty. Okay, I see. This is a favorite GT library from literally all teams driving. Sadly, I can only choose three libraries at once. I need to look which ones. I think I make my choice now. To be fair, I didn't vote for an RRC library. This would be way too easy, and would also not be fair because that would be a contest of who has the most fans. But you need to have to know which library is the best, not which team is the most sympathetic to you.
I shamelessly voted only for DLL. No, wait, we don't have three cars. Ah, shit. No, jokes aside. I think one or our liveries are good, but if we look across the field, there are many great liveries, and of course, I voted for them. Especially here, WSR, I really like that livery. I think I said it before. That livery just works on all type of cars. Doesn't matter if it's a prototype car like here or a GT car. That's one aspect. With a more modern livery in P1, quite something different. Yeah, on JCR Racer. I like that livery a bit more on the Mercedes than on the Toyota here, but that works really well too. Yeah, all in all, I think there are truly no bad liveries here, and I think with time to time or from time to time, you can see the progress as teams put a lot of thought into their appearance and deliveries got more and more professional like over the years.
Yeah, true. Over the years, you get a bit more experience how to make the libraries, how to build a library. For example, that you want to do the library first and then the sponsors, or that you want to do many layers, so that you have a first layer, then you have a second and a third one, or that you use a unique that you use a decal for the whole car, like a rectangle for the whole car, so that you can have a matte livery, for example, with matte decals. That's also something that you can do. And also about the creation of decals, I also get more experience with that, and now I can do even I can make SVG files that have a color change in it. It's also cool.
Yeah, that's pretty great. I think the decals that I upload, the quality isn't the best. It's still a bit pixelated, especially your updated logo decal from DS is well made.
Okay, that's sad. Comrade has seemingly crashed and needed to repair. Or he did just a mistake. At least it seems he made another pit stop.
Conti, I sent you in the M. I've worked on a new livery for DRS. The DLL cars are usually in British Racing Green, so a dark tone of green. And this time I went for a bit different. Not ready to upload them yet, but I think I can share it with you. Tease the chat a bit, especially if Flipsy is still around.
Gotta say, the libraries look good.
You should have dared to say something different. Well, thank you.
I don't fear you. Just so you know. I'm not afraid of you.
You need to see the halbe Wagenbreite once more.
Yeah. Anyway, now let's look at the GT class again. We have Neo Faster in a P1, but he will need to pit in this lap pretty surely and then go for the distance. Then we have Nuschel. "32 seconds behind, but also 32 seconds in front of Aaron." Aaron is
Nuschel could get the position from Neo once Neo pitted for his last stop. And then it's probably a fight for them to the end. I think the 8 behind is safe. Nuschel doesn't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Impressive to see that Hans-Peter got back after he got that disconnect from his wheel. I think he was 40, 50 seconds behind with 30 minutes of racing, 3/4 hour of racing from the start. And now he's back at the P8.
Yeah, but very aggressive steering inputs from him against Aaron. And that's a 1 second penalty. Also, you need to be aware that Hans-Peter needs to go into the pits once more.
Yeah, 50 liters left. That's not enough. Again, you're right.
Unless he goes fuel mode 6 now. But I guess it would be faster just to pit once again.
Wouldn't it have been wiser to stay behind Aaron and take the tow? Maybe save a lap or two this way?
For Aaron? Or for Hans-Peter?
Hans-Peter.
Yeah, you can't save that much behind the driver. Yes, you can, but you really need to be behind the driver for a whole distance. So
Yes, just not worth it. Okay.
yeah. Where's the Conrad's Ferrari? Yeah, we looked at it right now. It's 30 seconds behind Aaron because it obviously Conrad made a mistake somewhere and needed to pit. Or yeah, probably went into the pits. If you believe the chat, you should believe the chat. I think they know much more than we do. Has Sen retired? Yes. He has gone to sleep. Maybe he will drive the last stint. Who knows? But for the moment, he was so tired that he went into the pits, and yeah, is hopefully now getting his sleep back. He was able to drive half an hour, and until then he couldn't do anymore because I think he already slept in during the stream, or at least he was mega tired during the stream. I sadly couldn't listen because I was driving, so I don't know.
Yeah. Then restarted the stream after the red flag situation and put it on front and just let it be there and take a break. And I think that was truly needed.
Yeah, JC is still leading, 14 seconds in front of Swandersbeck, and the gap to Vulcan has increased to 12 seconds now. Because the pit stop of Swandersbeck was much, much shorter. He gained 8 seconds in the outlap.
Could that? No, that's not has nothing to do with tires because if the second part of Stint 5 was some same situation, but not this time. Has nothing to do with tires. Yeah, Flipsy explaining in chat why Zen is pitting and staying there instead of driving around. Yeah, they have mechanics in place that calculate the gap as if he would have driven to the end, and it's more sportsmanlike to stay out of the way of the others instead of letting the AI drive and being an obstacle on track.
Yeah, I already had that situation as well when I'm mega tired, and I already had the situation, not during an online race, but during playing that I slept in, playing on the controller, and then I woke up and saw that I was stationary in the wall for 30 minutes.
Oops.
Oops. Ruppy has damage, front and front right. Must have happened a few laps ago, lap 39 or so, because he's losing time since then.
If you look at the lap times, at least 5 seconds a lap, and he has around 10 to go, so that's easily 50 seconds time loss. So I don't understand why he stays out and doesn't go into the pit once more. He could get new tires, refuel a bit if necessary, and go to the end.
Yeah, I don't know if new tires are exactly needed, but it could be a possibility. Generally, the tires last for a decade.
Not as long though as wet weather tires on the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. That was quite fun for the last event. There was rain and the wet weather tires. First, they were too cold. You couldn't get them to heat up properly, and you could drive from start to finish without changing tires.
Yeah, yes, and after 2 hours, the tires, even though the tire multiplicator was on one, but it was on, maybe 1 pixel was used of the tires, of the rear tires. One pixel. So generally you could drive them for, I don't know, you could probably go around the globe and the tires would still be good.
Yeah. Yeah, probably a 24-hour race on one set of wet tires wouldn't be too much to ask for.
Yeah, I know the rain tires are a bit more durable, especially when it rains, but Nürburgring GP seems to be a strange track anyways, because you can't really heat up the tires. It seems to be so cold at the Nürburgring that yeah, you can, even for a 2-hour stint, you can triple stint your tires. Yeah, let's look at Aaron against Neofaster. Aaron has overtaken Neofaster. And they also have Hans-Peter behind and Pure Up, so it's a four-way fight for the position at the moment. Because we don't need to we may not forget that Hans-Peter might need to refuel again.
Yes. So if I would be in his situation, I would say, okay, the two guys in front of me have a time penalty. Don't risk too much. I have to pit again. Don't risk too much. With quite a delay on my end, I see that they're driving side by side through the chicanes. Bit too risky for my liking at this stage. Almost 2.5 hours in. Well, I hope they know what they're doing.
Yeah, I think the advice is not coming through to him. Or maybe he's thinking, I don't do what you say. Anyway, Hans-Peter is still side by side with Neofaster. But is a smart dude now and doesn't risk anything here. Now goes to the side again. Switcheroo, and should be a done overtake now, especially with the penalties for both. And JC Race is also coming through. Pure Up also overtakes both drivers.
Well, that was entertaining. Yeah. Nice side-by-side battles. And crazy to see that they are so close together. I mean, yes, different strategies on play, but four GT cars, one picture after 2.5 hours is great to see.
Got Wonder Specs on damage. Knows Wonder Spec doesn't have damage. Maybe he had a mistake in this lap. It seems to be, because it's no 324 anymore, it's a 320 28, I guess. No, even 329. So there must have been a mistake somewhere, but no damage. Now 20 seconds behind JC Racer. And Ruppi is 1 minute behind JC. Still driving with damage and driving a 325 with it. That's pretty strong. It doesn't really seems to affect him that much.
Okay, that's way better than the laps he did before. I see there was the B4 box on a pit lane lap. So that's maybe the reason why it was a bit slow. So 325s are different story than almost 3-minute 30s.
And Zampa has made up a bit of a gap, because the drivers in front of him did pit. Only 2 minutes 33 behind the leader. And yeah, we are approaching the 2 hours, half hour. Then
You're
we
still good, Confi? You're still awake?
Yes. Just coughing a bit, and English isn't a good language for me.
To be honest, I'm quite okay with my commentary. I think it's okay enough. But when I have to rewatch any stream where I commentate, I can't. It's cringe hearing myself speaking.
Hmm.
It's so weird. I don't know. It's so weird for me.
Yeah, I think it's the same for most of us. They don't really like to hear the commentary of their own voice. It's the same for me as well. But what I do like is to rewatch streams where I was driving, because no matter what, the driving isn't cringe.
Can you go to RTO? Sick individual is writing that an accident. But yeah, rewatching a stint where you drove is quite interesting. In the driver's seat, you never get the full picture, so it's quite interesting to see what happened around you, or to rewatch a fight, a battle for a position. It's always quite interesting.
Yeah, and also it's quite interesting to hear the commentary and okay, Nuschel, something happened. Okay, must have been a misunderstanding between JC and Nuschel, but nothing major happened. When looking at the GT class, we still have Nuschel in front, 36 seconds in front of Hans-Peter, who still needs to pit once more. Then we have Pure Rob 1.5 seconds behind, and Aaron 1.5 seconds behind. Then Neo Faster seems to have made a mistake somewhere, or just generally not good laps, because the last 2 laps were 401 and 404. And then we have Comrade, who's driving a lonely race at the moment. Then Iron
Coming
Speed,
half a minute to front, there's nothing he can do out of his own power, and over 2 minutes ahead. Yeah, as you said, a bit lonely. Most important is to keep focus, not to lose that, and bring the car home, regardless of what's going on around you. 30
yeah.
minutes to go, just bring it home.
Yeah, once again, Comrade has only been the reserve driver for this team, so he hasn't trained that much. He has looked for a setup that is fitting for him, but he hasn't trained to have good pace. So that's also the reason why mistakes can happen. But the other option would have been that somehow uh, we would have needed to adjust the schedule, and there were a few time slots where we couldn't attend. So Comrade, being the friend he is, stepped up and is helping us, and is still doing a good job. Luckily, he's still within a good range where he can protect the lead for us. And with T cubes for the last stint, another driver will drive the stint who is pretty trained with the car and can do consistent laps.
Yeah, that's the most important part. I think if we look at the lap times on Comrade, that's maybe not the quickest, but consistent. So we don't have to worry that he's losing a car or doing something silly, bringing it home. Most important thing again, once more.
Yeah, I think the main thing that keeps RRC in the lead here is just the pure consistency from the driver pairing. Because little mistake by Aaron. Because again, it was me driving, it was Knight driving, and both me and Knight are not are pretty similar in pace. I think Knight is even a bit faster than me, and the most special important thing is that we did not do any mistakes for 15 hours of racing, or at least only very small mistakes. No damage, no unnecessary pit stops. Even when it rained, we still had the race in mind and drove more careful, not to make a mistake.
Yeah, I remember, I think it was in 2020, the first Nürburgring endurance race. There was Heli Power, the quickest guy. It was, I don't know, 3, 4 seconds a lap quicker than everyone else, but he had mistake after mistake. So in his, I think, 4 hours of driving, he crashed 5, 6 times, and ultimately they didn't want to race. Not because they weren't the quickest, but the amount of mistakes were too high.
Yeah, I think that's the same story for RRC, for example, in Bathurst, where we didn't have the fastest team. We were qualified in P6, but we won the race because we made the least mistakes.
Yeah, Flipsy also right. Always took limits nobody knew were there. Yeah, I think we're pretty much even, and then if you can find a bit more track or a bit more usage of curbs going early on throttle, there are the fine differences. Yeah, Comfy, we're only human. We are not double aliens, right?
Yeah, we're not double aliens. Anyway, I've watched through the GT class because Sick Individual said that RTO had an accident, but at least I would say that they didn't get damage. If there was an accident, they didn't get damage. Also, I don't know if it has rained in different stints, but is it true that it rained in stint 4?
Not in the first hour that I watched.
Okay. Then we also had the fifth stint, and there was rain in the first hour of the race. Uh, just a small glimpse of rain for inter conditions. So yeah, we changed to inters, then back to slicks, and sadly, after exactly 2 hours, the lobby crashed, and we had to redo 1 hour of racing again.
Uh, Important question. Did every driver had wet and intermediate tires for the race?
Well, I hope so. If they didn't, that's their fault.
Flamey is writing. They had rain, but it was manageable on slick,
Okay.
he said.
No, we really had really had inter conditions, and even for a few minutes we had rain tire conditions. But
Okay.
the rain was so short. It was just just a small shower, and once it was very wet, it took only 2 or 3 minutes until the track was inter conditions again, and from that point on, you could drive maybe 3 or 4 more laps, and then the track was already dry enough for slicks again.
It's a quite fast change of optimal tires.
Yeah, exactly. JC is 15 seconds in front of Svandersbeck, who is 6 seconds in front of Vulcan. And now the weather is getting darker again. More clouds. Maybe we will see rain in the last 20 minutes.
Maybe one in chat has a direct connection to one of their drivers. And tell us a bit more, as Confi said. It looks a bit darker, so maybe we're in for a treat here in the last 20 minutes with some weather changes. Will be very interesting.
Vulcan is about a 1 minute lead to Ruppi. So FGR is losing most of the gap they did regain. So it seems Eddie really wants to wait until Nuschel is available again, huh? Ruppi now with a half-second penalty and is about 1 minute 22 ahead of Sampa. That's the only 5 hypercars left for today, because HPSR had to sadly cancel the last few stints because they're short of drivers. Quite sad. Europe, let's go. Yeah, Nuschel with a 1 second penalty. 31 seconds in front of Hans-Peter, who needs to pit in this lap. So Pure Rob will gain a position and climb up to second in class. Nuschel now lost his second. Then we have Aaron, also with a 1 second penalty, as well as Neofaster. And Comrade, yeah, he's driving slower than the guys in front of him. He's not really adjusted with the car. Sorry.
Bless you.
Thanks. Is Comrade making it until the end? Yeah, pretty surely. I don't think this will be an issue. He's still yeah, I can do 5. He needs to do 5 more laps, and he has fuel for 6 more, so this will not be a problem. As for the rest of the field, I don't think it will be a problem for any of them, except for Hans-Peter, who pitted in this lap, as I expected.
Yeah, it's to quick refueling or tire change, and then stay out for the last couple of laps. We're really on a final stretch here, so probably no need for new tires. Let's see. Could you go back to P1, P2? I'm interested in the gap after we saw that pit stop. because it used to be 17 seconds. The last time we were on that, it was 15-14. And I'm wondering what's now. Maybe Sonnersberg is catching JGR.
Yeah, it's 6.3 seconds now. He has had a penalty though. JC has made a mistake in this lap. Has lost 11 seconds. So Svanberg is catching up. And Vulcan is still very close to Svanberg. So it's instead of 17 seconds. Yeah, 17 seconds is the gap between Alex and WSR. If it continues like that, it will be 10 seconds only for the last stint.
Yeah, it's real. But great to see, and ultimately that's what we all hope for, that we go into the final part of the race, and we still don't know who's going to take the win here. That it's this close.
Yeah, 16 more minutes of racing in this stint, and then we have a 2-hour stint left. Another kiss with the wall in the Porsche curves for Rupi.
Just a reminder why the next stint is a 2-hour, not a 3-hour stint. We race 24 hours from starting at 2 p.m. Central European summertime to 2 p.m. on Sunday. So we have a fixed end, and that's why we're going to be done with this stint around 11:30 start at 12 with the next stint, and have exactly 2 hours left until we reach that time limit. That's the reason why we drive 2 and not 3 hours for the last stint.
Yeah, it's also to stay in the schedule and to not overdo it. Then Zampa in P5, still 2 minutes 42 behind. Not lapped yet. But he is approaching Neo faster, and in the Porsche corners it's difficult to overtake. You can do it on the outside of this corner with the LMH cars, which Zampa does. And also past Eren, but this was a bit difficult here. The 4 chicanes are not a good place to lap drivers, and this means that Eren and Neofaster are now closer together than ever. Verbindung zum Headset getrennt, das ist eigentlich scheißegal. Aaron the half-second penalty. Neofaster tries to get past him, and Aaron jumps over the Pollard. Might have been more dramatic than it really was. In GT Sport we also had these incidents when someone drove over a Pollard, they would jump up in the air, even in at least opponents were jumping up in the air, even though they weren't.
I don't know. It's really weird behavior, and it's carried over from Sport 7. I don't think that's going anywhere soon, so we have to live with it. Mostly it's not a problem. Usually you can avoid them, or they're not on every track, so it's not a big issue.
Yeah. It seems Comrade has made up a bit of the gap here. It was about 40 seconds last time I measured. Now it's with 2 good laps from Comrade, it's only 35 seconds anymore. And yeah, from that point onward, he can push more. He can push more power out of the car. And should be able to get these 4 laps done. Then Iron Speed, 2 minute 30 behind Comrade. Has been lapped by Nuschel. And hopefully Nuschel is finally driving that stint that he has been looking for. 3.5 seconds between Swansbeck and JC now. But with a penalty of Swansbeck of half a second. And still a 7-second gap to Vulcan. It doesn't really change, it always stays the same.
Interesting to see for me that Swanderbeck closed the gap even more. Again, has a time penalty. So if you could just stop getting penalties, you should get them. You just need to drive on the black stuff, don't cross the white line. And when he's faster, probably a second a lap, he will catch him to the end of the race. I think we have 3, maybe 3 more laps to go.
Yeah, I think for the GT cars, yeah, for all of them it's 45 laps. Even if Nuschel drives record times, or personal record times, he won't make it to the 46th lap. So the same goes for Pure Rob, for Neofaster, for Aaron, for Comrade. Everybody will do 45 laps and will probably finish them without any second thoughts. The problem is, at the end of the stint, you only have a 3-minute time gap where the first one goes over the finish line until the last one can go over the finish line. And since the lap here is longer than 3 minutes with these cars, it's very difficult to get them all into one.
That's quite unfortunate design choice from the game. We have to live by it. It is what it is, and thankfully, most cars will have done most of their lap anyway when they hit 0 in most cases. So there's only a little difference, and gap times don't vary too much from that.
Yeah, generally this is nothing new, this behavior, because it was also the same in GT Sport. However, the main difference here is that the Nürburgring race, Nürburgring N24, will have the same problem. As soon as the first one crosses the finish line, you only have 3 minutes for the others to finish. So yeah, that's not.
Yeah, that's a bit of a headache.
That's a bit of a headache. Europe 12,0 Sekunden auf Neofaster. Der hat etwa 3 Sekunden auf Aaron. Hans-Peter is still making up the gap It's only 17.5 seconds for him now, and another 17 seconds to Comrade. So also Comrade is pushing now, the gap is closing down. And Aaron has a 1.5 second penalty that he needs to sit out on the next straight.
Yeah, apparently nothing
Even
will
2
change
seconds.
here. Yeah, 17 ahead and 17 behind. Nothing really to gain or lose for Hans-Peter here. Yeah, Aaron's 2 second company hurts obviously, but the gap is still way big enough to be safe from P10 behind.
Yeah. However, maybe JC and Svanderspek will come closer at the end of the race. We have probably 2 more laps to go. Maybe 3, but for this,
Yeah.
Svanderspek needs to be very fast.
I think JZ Racer hopes it's going to be only 2 laps and then he's done and can secure the first position and not 3. Yeah, 3.3 seconds at the moment. And Svanderspek needs to find a bit of time and get into slipstream range, and then he can go for the win, the overall win here in the 6th stint. To the back straight, 3.1 seconds, gaining a little bit. Yeah, as you can think, they're driving the same car, maybe different setup, of course, but the real time save, gain or lose is made in the first part of the track with the chicanes and the last part with the podcasts. The rest is pretty much even. We see Svanderspek a bit more aggressive through the first chicane, dropping off a tenth or two there. 2.6 now. Better high speed as well. We can see time is dropping bit by bit.
Yeah, it's now 2.3 seconds with the 10.7 gap to Burken. But maybe we will see a lead change at the end of the stint. After 3 hours, it comes down to this, so this is pretty close.
Yeah, I do hope we will see at least a battle for that position. Traffic with Iron Speed was good for Thunderstag. A little bit of slipstream as well, and yeah, 1.4 seconds, 1.3 seconds for me now with a bit of lag. Probably he has 1 second or less already on your screen.
Okay, back. And it seems that JC was able to get a bit better times of Swanderspek with a touch against Nuschel. Yeah, some Halex drivers obviously didn't read the rules exactly, because it's the duty of the LMH driver to take care of the lower class, to overtake them safely. This hasn't been done all the time. Now this might be the last lap. For some, it could even be one more lap up, but for this, this has to be a perfect lap from both of them.
Yeah, it's pretty much dead even. I think JD Racer is going to get one more lap, and Sven Spec, it's really all about if he gets a good lap. If it's
Yeah.
quick, he just get it. If he's too slow, he might miss it by a fraction of a second. It was really close. I think he has 3 minute 25 to go when he crossed the line. So pretty much exactly what they need for one lap.
Yeah, should be enough for both drivers. But JC seems to be really good in these corners. He's cutting Svanderspec off sometime. Maybe the hybrid wasn't that well charged for these two.
Yeah, pressure is definitely on here. The last kilometers of the race. Very important to be within or under a second to get the slipstream. And yeah, you don't have that many chances. Question is, do you want to defend it and risk something?
Oh no, Pure Rob has left the session 2 minutes before the end.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, this won't be that much of an issue. It's just one lap, but still, he was in P2. It could have been such a great result for MRL. Okay, now the gap to Swanspec has increased again. It's 2.5 seconds. It doesn't seem to be that we will get another battle here. One more minute. But now 1.4 seconds. It comes close together again. Maybe with some good Porsche curves. It might be possible to get under the second and maybe to attack again. But JC gets these corners well. Hopefully doesn't pick up a penalty. 10 more seconds. Will they do another lap or will they finish it? No, both will finish. Exactly 52 laps and 7/10 of a second between them. Then we have Vulcan. And I guess a driver hitting. Yeah, that's thank you. Right. There we have Nuschel. Closing the stint with a personal best. 3 hours and 37 minutes with a gap of 24 minutes 49. Then we have Neo Faster. Or yeah, let's look at Iron Speed. Iron Speed with 44 laps and a gap of 28 minutes 37. Next one should be Neo Faster. Three hours, 24 minutes, 25 minutes. Then Aaron, 79. And Hans-Peter with a penalty. This will cost him another second. 15 seconds behind. I guess this was deliberate. And Then Comrade. Losing about 35 seconds to the Halex guys. Now it's only Ruppy and Sampa on the road. And I guess Sampa may, if he's lucky, he can finish. Ruppy can finish though. Yeah, gap of 2 minutes 24. That's unfortunately a lot of time loss, especially in the last few laps where he drove 341. Maybe because there was little fuel left. Then Zampa. He should make it to the end. Yeah, it's very close, but we have a race result now. Perfect. There's the replay. I hope I have enough space. Oops. And then to the podium. Screenshot. And another screenshot. Yeah, it was half a second. It was half a second where it didn't go for another lap.
Yeah, the car is really close.
Indeed, yeah. Ruppy is... And for the others, we need to wait.
Bless you.
Yeah, thanks. So I will take a little break now, and I will be coming back soon.
Okay. Yeah, I'm out as well, taking care of the gaps. Thank you for inviting me, Confi, and take care of you for the last stint.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. See ya.
See you then. Bye.
Bye. So I'm back, and now we have a practice start, and after that we will start the real race. The last stint 2 hours instead of 3 hours. Let's see if the practice start works. Yeah, it did quite well. Gameltos always, JCR just always with a very good reaction. Don't know how they do it, but for some reason they have rocket starts. Alright. Now everybody should have practiced the start. Let's say at 20 past 12 we will start the race, and then we should have a last race of 2 hours, and hopefully we will have a result. Yeah, final countdown. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Let's go and rock the last hours. Yeah, right. The last 2 hours, they will decide about the result of the race. If the gaps are calculated correctly, then we still have a very close fight between WSR, HXR, Halex and JCR, and they are only 31 seconds apart, and FGR is 4 minutes apart. So yeah, don't know if there's still a wrong calculation there or not, I can't tell, but for now this is the last race. We will start, and then the 24 hours of Le Mans, the first race of 2, will be finished. Go! We have WSR in pole position in the Hyperclass and RC2 in pole position in the Ferrari in the GT class. Again, we're waiting for the countdown. 3, 2, 1 and go! And another time. And the race has started! Very good start by WSR, and again JCR is rushing to the front. Gameltos already in the lead, and RC2 is completely out of completely out of the lead again. Those three drivers just know when to start. And T-Cubes was a bit surprised, reacted a bit late. But this seems to be one of the strongest grid in the GT class. We have Gammeltoast, we have Ates again, which was phenomenally fast in the first stint. Then we have Mighty Iggy, which is also is the strongest driver of Halex. Then we have T-Cubes. We have to see his performance yet. He has done qualifying, but he is very solid, very consistent, and should be able to finish the race for RC2 with a good note. Then we have Holtzy in P10, who has a half-second penalty. Rufus in P11, and behind him is Otaku in P12. Goes for the attack, or goes for an overtake, goes for the left side, which is a bit difficult because Rufus now has the slipstream of Holtzy. But Otaku is still making the move and can overtake. Nicely done. We have two absences now because Arix isn't able to drive, and HPSR did retire the car a few stints earlier. In the lead, Eifelblitz in the LM class, and we have Hunter, who has overtaken Ento. And Ento also with a half-second penalty. Hunter goes wide, but no problem for him. Now Hunter did sit out his penalty. Then we have Finn in P4 and the Mighty Joe in P5. Artes has already gone into the lead, but hasn't half. Was it Gammeltoes who had a half-second penalty? Anyway, Artes already disappearing at the front. Has no business here. Just wants to dominate the race. The so-called double alien. Yeah, and we can see along through the Porsche corners he's already gaining several tenths. He really knows how to drive the Aston. Then Iggy in position 2, Gammeltoes in position 3. Then T-Cubes. What will be his strategy? He told me that he wants to go for the one-stop. The one-stop is possible, but it is extremely difficult to actually do the one-stop, because you have to save fuel a lot and you still have to be fast. That's a difficult task, being fast and not using much fuel at the same time. Not the easiest task. It is manageable though. You can still do 355s if you do it correctly. Don't know if T-Cubes can do this, but it doesn't really matter that much. Most of the drivers will probably go for the two-stop. Will be the safest variant here. Gammeltoast and Iggy very close together, and Artes already... Oh come on, already 3 seconds in front. 280. They are also reaching 280. The Ferrari quite a bit slower. Didn't see the Merc of Rufus, but don't know if he's going for a one stop as well. Holtzy did a mistake. He spun into the wall. Oh, that's sad. And he also got stuck in the wall there, or at least in this space where you obviously in the space where you would put the garbage from a wreck of a crash. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Now Holtzy needs to go into the pits, probably. Now let's look at the front. We have Eifelblitz still in the lead. 2.2 seconds in front of Ento. And remember, Ento and Eifelblitz are so close together that they both basically whoever is in front will land in front of them. Only 3 seconds between them. So let's say if Ento is 5 seconds in front of Eifelblitz, then it should be enough for a win. But also Hunter is still in the game, and if the gap from FGR isn't calculated correctly, it's also FGR Finn still in the fight. Again, it's very close between these 4 teams. Then Joe being 3 seconds behind, but they can still grab a 5th place in this race. Might be might be the slowest team here in this LMH group, but they still deserve the entry in this first group because the drivers did not do many mistakes and in the pre-qualifying, and because the driver level of the whole team, most drivers are pretty even from this team, so all of them equally fast. This means they qualify for this lobby. 1 minute behind them is Ates with already a 6 seconds gap to Iggy, and it's driving a 3:52.4. However he does that, I don't know. Then Iggy with Gammeltoast who has a penalty of half a second, driving 3:55. Then you have T-Cubes, 3:57 was his last lap. But to be fair, again, he's on a completely different strategy. You can see him coasting. This means that he is trying to get that 10 laps and the 20 laps out of the car. Otaku is faster, it seems, or at least in the slipstream he can follow and make up the gap. Maybe it's not the worst idea to let Otaku overtake so that T-Cubes can save fuel more efficiently. Now the biggest strength of T-Cubes is really this precision driving. He can drive many laps within the same time. No problem for him. But Otaku is also smart. He keeps being behind the T-Cubes. Doesn't want to overtake. Then at the back we have Rufus, who is the 11th, and Holtz, he hasn't pitted yet. Maybe he thinks with a front damage it's not too bad, can still be fast. For the GT drivers it's a bit more, the gaps are a bit bigger. We have 2.5 minutes between T-Cubes and Iggy, but to be honest I calculate more with 2 minutes than with 2.5. Then we have 4.5 minutes. Yeah, T-Cubes is in front, 2.5 minutes in front of Iggy. Then 4.5 minutes in front of Rufus. 4:48 in front of RTO. And 8 minutes in front of JCR2. Then we have WSR, who is 10 minutes and 30 seconds behind, and MRL, who is 14 minutes behind. There was a lead change in the LMH class. We have Ento in position 1, but he has a penalty. Please show some hypercar action. Yes, yes, yes. This is of course pretty important because there is an actual battle, and yeah, even this field here, even this little field here, 30 seconds between these 3 drivers, maybe even 4 drivers if you calculate F3R Fin with it. Ento now only half a second in front of Eiffel Blitz. And Hunter also close behind. Hunter with went a bit wide here. I think this must be a penalty. And it is. Finn can keep up. Also driving a 321. That was very aggressive over the curb. I believe this could be a penalty, but it doesn't seem to be the case, so lucky for them. Then we have Joe 6 seconds behind the field. But maybe on an attempt for a personal best lap. The battery power is still pretty charged, so good lap times are still possible. 3:21.4 for Eiffel Blitz, 3:29 for Ento. Little improvement for Eiffel Blitz. 3-hour stints are very hard, so all drivers did a really good job with their concentration. Yeah, to be honest, I think Le Mans is Lazard is one of the easier tracks to keep the concentration because it is a long track. It is a lot to memorize, but you have long pauses between several corners. It's not like Nürburgring, Nordschleife, where you are steering, where you are turning right, turning left every few seconds. Here is just find the braking point, brake, drive the corner, repeat. I drive already 3 hours at Nordschleife, but on this track every lap is another lap. Yeah, N24 is just some Nordschleife and N24 is just something different. It's 2 classes harder. Oh no, Hunter has left the session. So unfortunate. Yeah, that's probably the chance for victory gone for JCR. Ah, such a pity. So yeah, then we have these 2 drivers who are fighting out a victory here. Plus maybe Finn also. Ah, this hurts. So early into the session, a disconnect. Yeah, okay, it's only a 2-hour stint this time, so you only have to calculate for 2 hours, but still, it's very unlucky to have disconnect now. Altis is, oh come on, 351 too? You're pulling my leg, man. This is really hard to believe. Sorry. A 351 too. This is really hard to believe. Even if Ates is the most talented driver in the world and could uh, even if Ates is the most talented driver in the world and but with this talent he should be on one level with Mikhail Hizal. JC Racer, alles ist buggy. Shouldn't be because of me, should be because of the game in this case. Because most drivers are pretty solid here from the connection. Um, Iggy looks solid. Yeah, lags a bit, but could be PS4 or something. Then Gameltoes looks fluid. Otaku looks very fluid, as T-Cubes does as well. Then Rufus looks a bit choppy because he's a controller driver. And Holtzy looks fluid as well. And if you look at these 2, they look fluid as well. So I don't know if the lobby is buggy or if it's just his game. Can't really say something to that. Questions is if the car is legal. More than 2 seconds to the rest of the RTO is a bit fishy. He's not fishy, he's really good. Better as all at RTO. Yeah, okay, but... Yeah, okay. Then Ates is just really quick and could be an Olympian driver for Germany. If he's one of the quickest drivers in the German community, then yeah, congrats to him. That's great for him. But nearly 350s, consistently 351s. Yeah, that's a hard pill to swallow, let's say that. If he is so much quicker than us, he's making us look like amateurs. Like absolute amateurs. Einfach unfair. Ich habe es reingeschrieben, meine Fresse. Yeah, what should I do? Should I open a different lobby or what? There's a BOP check, so we're gonna see after it. But if that car is legal, big respect. Alpha Blitz with a half-second penalty. Finn 6.5 seconds behind Ento. Still has a solid chance for position 3 now, since Hunter couldn't be in the since Hunter disconnected. Oh, RX9 drives on Bridgestone tires. Yeah, number 9 is not driving at the moment because Senkyu is pretty dead. Yeah, he was so exhausted after driving a stint, then streaming, then driving another stint. After 30 minutes, he just went into the pits and finished there because he was just too tired. He needs some sleep, and he deserves some sleep. But also Mighty Joe only 16 seconds behind. Artes with a 3:51.0. He will go for another lap, maybe another one, maybe for an 8th one. Fuel looks quite good for that. What a machine, this guy. Then Iggy with a 3:54.8. And that's already pretty fast. 3:54.8, that's already pretty fast. But then you have someone like Ates who's just driving circles here. Then Otaku also driving 3:55s, 3:57. Then T-Cubes. With 3:57 times. Yeah, just 6 seconds faster. 6 seconds faster than T-Cubes. This is unbelievable. Okay, now he has already 10 liters now. I don't think he will be able to do another lap. He must go to the pits. And I believe he will also need to refuel completely for like 14 laps or so. Then he will get to lap 21 and then he needs to refuel again and go for the remaining 9 laps. Whereas Iggy and Toast, Gumball Toast, they will probably go for another lap. Yeah, I wish I was so fast too as Artes. I think everybody wants to be as fast as Artes. Sorry, not only you, all of us, I guess, because this is very impressive, really. Yeah, who doesn't? This is the right answer here. Yeah, I don't know if T-Cube's strategy is to go to 10 laps in this stint or even 11 laps. At the moment, the fuel looks pretty good, but we'll see. From what we know is that at least the first three people, the first three drivers, they won't be able to get as many laps in. They will need to do a two-stopper. Artis will probably still win with 2 minutes of a gap, but yeah. Maybe it's also a bit of a miscalculation in the BOP. Maybe the Aston Martin is just OP, especially in acceleration, and maybe this would be on me in this case, on me and on Eddie, because we both checked the BOP and thought it was good, but maybe it isn't. Anyway, Eiffel Blitz has already gone into the pits in lap 7. It seems her strategy is to pit twice and only to refuel as much as needed. Whereas Artes has now gone into the pits and will refuel. Eki will continue, so will Gammeltoast. And that means that there's a leader change. Thing is, if the car would be OP, more teams would have chosen it. Yes and no. The problem is that the problem is that we finished the BOP pretty late. So you had a few days to test the cars. If the BOP really was that good for the Essen, you would have noticed it pretty late. And then you would have been lucky to get that car. Thing is, we both, at least me and Eddie, both tested it, and both of us couldn't see anything special with it. And if two people don't see anything special with it, then it's already a good case. Then it should be enough to say that that the cars could be equal. But yeah, who knows? Maybe it was just a miscalculation. Anyway, Otaku is 3.5 seconds in front of T-Cubes. And he himself is 17 seconds in front of Rufus and 7 seconds in front of Artes, who has already refueled, changed tires, and is going for more fast laps. But yeah, you can already see that he's pushing, he's drifting over all four wheels. I mean, the rest of us wasn't significantly faster than the other drivers. It's just him getting 110% out of the car. Yeah, then he's really talented. Talented with setup, talented with driving, and also with a good car with good acceleration. And to be fair, the Aston Martin should have good acceleration because it has the most power. But yeah, I think one problem is, especially if you push like Attis does, with driving in the limiter all the time, you also have a pretty short fuel tank. And you have to drive pretty short stints. Ento, 7.3 seconds in front of Finn. Lobby isn't working, nein, Network ist fine. Ich habe es viermal... Na. The gap to Finn is 17 seconds. Or at least the gap to between Finn and Mighty Joe is 17 seconds. But he's on pace, 321s consistently now for the last 2 laps, and also in lap 4 and 5, 321s. Joe with a bit of a loose rear at the end of this corner. Down to Mulsanne. Eifelblitz, of course, with a big gap because she decided to drive a different strategy and to pit quite early. Now we must wait to see the strategy unfold. Ento still needs to pit, Finn still needs to pit. When will they pit? Very probably next lap. And the same for Finn, probably next lap. Joe has gone into the pits. If we compare it to the other drivers, tire usage is on the same level. Fuel usage is a bit worse than Ento and Finn. Could go 1 lap less. Then in the GT class we have Iggy leading. He will go into the pits in this lap, lap 9. So it will be a very probable 2-stop strategy as well for him. Because yeah, you can't really go that distance. 21 laps with a GT fuel tank. At least without compromising too much speed. Yeah, it will be pretty difficult. Otaku is going to the pits as well, and T-Cubes goes for another lap. He is really doing the 1-stop strategy. Good luck with that. This is very difficult to do. Then Rufus, also going for the 1-stop it seems. RC with the clown strategy. Everybody else goes for the 2-stop. RC goes for the 1-stop. But it has worked out in the past, so sometimes you have to try something new. Okay, sorry, I have been watching less in the chat because I think if Aids has a perfect run, he could do a 350. Yes, will be difficult now, but yeah, a 350 is absolutely possible. It's just with a, but it would probably be easier to get a 350 with a very low fuel tank and fresh tires. And warmed up tires. The first lap out of the pit is always a slow one, but the second one is much faster. Obviously doesn't apply to Attes. He can already go the same pace. He can already go the same pace again, although half a second slower. Rufus 357.8. RRC stretching the fuel capacity of the cars. Yeah, and I already told you about the consistency of T-cubes, and here you see the evidence. 357.4, 357.7, 357.9, 357.0, 357.4, 357.4, 357.1, 357.2, and en route to another 357 if he wouldn't pit this lap. Go Alien, go Ates. Yes, I probably need to ask him from which planet he is from, because these lap times are just out of this world. Eiffel Blitz has gone into the pits again, this time due to damage on the front. Ouch, that hurts. Refueled a bit, but stays on the same strategy. This would have been an opportunity to change up the strategy here. But now it's a 2-minute gap to Ento and Finn. Or at least to Finn, because Finn hasn't pitted yet. Wow, he went for a 12th lap. FGR Gewürzgurke is rooting for Finn. Yes, and now Finn goes into the pits, and considering the strategy, a one-stop could very well be possible for him. Ento, yeah, he will not do a one-stop. He is en route on a 2-stop. Has refueled a bit, so he can probably refuel in the middle of the race, maybe lap 22, lap 23. As for Joe, he also refueled quite a lot so that he can refuel in the same lap. Yeah, that's the bit of the strategy game here. Should we go for a 2-stop? Should we go for a 1-stop? Should we push more? Should we push less? But go longer? Well, the answer is, at the moment, the 2-stopper looks faster, but only because Ates is driving the hell out of this car. Although fuel usage, of course, a bit more an issue with the Aston Martin, and especially if pushing this hard. FKR auf die 1, and Ates just checked with us, he has a legal setting for his car. I didn't say he doesn't have a legal setting. I just said it's a very strong performance of him, and that it looks, of course it looks suspicious because he's so much faster, but if he's just that good, then kudos. Everybody cheering for WSR, for FGR. Great of the fans of the teams that they tune in here and cheer for them. I hope they can hear this through their cockpit. But yeah, Ates, he can't quite get the same lap times out of the car than before, but of course the car is a bit heavier and the tires are more used at that stage. So this 3:51.0 is yeah, it's absolutely crazy. 30 seconds slower than the LMH class. We calculated with 35, but yeah, Ates is making it look very easy to get these 30 seconds. Then Gammeltoast in P6. It seems he didn't refuel that much like Ates, or has even less fuel than Ates. Or do I say 8? Do I say Ate Reyes? Yeah, whatever. Personal best at the moment, 0.26 seconds faster than his personal best. If you look at Otaku, he's also on a 2-stop strategy. And there's a 20-second gap to Iggy, who is... I don't know, is he trying to get the distance here with this strategy, or does he just want to do a very short fuel stint at the end? T-Cubes is another 23 seconds behind, has refueled completely, and is now trying to get to the end. But as we can see, he changed tires, he completely refueled, he was in the pits for about a minute and another 20 seconds or so to get to the parking spot, to get to his pit crew. But yeah, T-Cube's very solid. 20 seconds behind Iggy. It's perfect for him because, yeah, for RC2, Halex is the biggest competitor for the lead because RTO has had, although Ates has been driving 2 stints and has been an absolute rocket ship, the other RTO drivers are by far not as crazy talented as Ates, and most of them have lost a bit of time during the stints. Then we have Rufus, also refueled completely, also tries the one stop. 5-minute 02 for one out lap, for the in lap, sorry, because the out lap begins when he gets out of the pits. Or am I wrong? Yes, I am wrong. Okay. The 5-minute 02 is of course the out lap. Okay, yeah. Es riecht nach Turbolader, aber die Jungs müssen eh ihren Bob-Check machen. Yeah, you can't put a turbocharger in the... So you can't put the turbocharger in the Aston Martin. You can't. A supercharger, yeah, but not a turbocharger. And to be fair, I have to make a bit louder on my television. I cannot hear anything different about this car. If there would have been a supercharger in this car, you would probably hear it from the engine noise, but at least for me the car sounds as it should. So if the power is fine, then we probably, yeah, if the power is fine, then it will probably be correct. Okay, making the volume lower again. Yeah, again, we have the BOP check, but if you guys say that the BOP is correct, then it will be that way. Then the BOP will be correct, and Artis is just very fast. Gammeltoast is 28 seconds behind. Even if he messed up, nothing beats the Lambo in Monza. Yeah, the Lambo with the turbocharger that was still finishing behind me. Shots fired. Yeah, Otaku 8 seconds behind Gammeltoast. Then we have Iggy 20 seconds behind Otaku, but on a different strategy. Needs to refuel much less. But yeah, he won't reach 30 laps with this. He won't reach 20 laps with this unless he saves fuel for a few laps. And with saving fuel, I mean he really needs to save fuel because this is yeah, he's shifting very early, you can hear it. Gearbox is long, you can see it. Yes, Monza Lambo was amazing. Iki is 28 seconds in front of T-Cubes, who's just driving his pace. Quite a bit slower because of more fuel. And maybe because he wants to save even more fuel. Or he did a mistake somewhere. But again, T-Cubes is that so consistent that this shouldn't be something that happened. Anyway, he seems to be 1 minute behind the threshold for the 31st lap. So yeah, it should be enough. It should take him to the end. Fuel looks pretty good. Same on Rufus. Also dropped a bit of pace here, but this lap he regained it again. 3:59. That's a good lap. Then we have Halsey, 25 seconds behind Rufus. The gaps here, yeah, 6 minute 57 to 8 minute 58. It's 2 minutes between Ates and Halsey. Then at the front, let's look at the front again. Ento now 35 seconds in front of Finn. Then 4 seconds in front of Mighty Joe. And Eifelblitz has lost it completely and has had well trouble to make up the gap, to get closer to the others. Yeah, at the moment it looks like that Halex could win this, but we have to keep our eyes on Finn because he's on a different strategy with the fuel, and yeah, he could make it to the end and maybe get the time back that he was missing. But yeah, after refueling, the lap times drop by 3 seconds, or yeah, get slower by 3 seconds. That's pretty heavy here. We have no particular battles here. But yeah, who should I pick now? Because I need to have a short break. I'd say we look at Gammeltoast. And I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Alright, I'm back for my short break. Yeah, and obviously Gamel Toast has flashed his headlights for the cameras to say hi. And yeah, at the moment it looks like Halex could win the hypercar class. And it also looks like they could get a solid second place in the GT class. Yeah, Iggy is not doing the one stop. No way. He will pit once again and refuel for a bit. Not much, but he will refuel for a bit and should still be enough to be at least on the same level as T-Cubes, if not even in front. And as for Otaku, it will be a different story because yeah, for Otaku he must pit once again and he must refuel quite a lot, so he will lose a lot of time through the refueling process. Same with Gammeltoast. And for Attes, yeah, still 352s, and look at this, it's so consistent. No mistakes, no anything. Not one bad lap here. So, I must open a beer of this amazing race. Prost. It's a nice race yesterday and now all drivers make a nice job. And the commentator is very lovely, thanks a lot. Uh, Thank you, at least someone who thinks this. It's nice to hear that. Let's make a break from racing. Yeah, I think after this race I would also not drive for a few days. As for Rufus, Rufus is 30 seconds behind T-Cubes and is still en route for the strategy, as well as T-Cubes. Both of them are trying to one stop. It definitely can work. Not like it. And Holtzy, yeah, he's come up to pace again. It's a 357.497. Nice to see Rufus back in the series. Yeah, indeed, because Rufus wanted to take part in the first race. He wanted to take part in Maggiore a 2 years ago, but unfortunately his wheel broke, and from that moment on he first had to adapt to the controller, and after that I think it's his first event now, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's his first, yeah. Well, thanks for the what is this? 400 bits? Thank you very much, Martu. Ah yeah, 400 bits. Okay. I'm not that familiar with Twitch, so I don't know what the bits are and what they actually mean. Yeah, let's go back to the LMH class. We haven't seen them for a while. 1 hour of racing has passed now, and we are now in the last hour of the race. Ento looks pretty solid. Arnage is a very difficult corner because you don't really have a point where you should brake, and even if you rely on the Gran Turismo signs, because you have like braking signs, like the gearbox here, when it begins to blink, you should brake. But even for Arnage, it seems to be too late. Or I don't know, they expect you to drive Arnage on the outside, probably. I would leave a 10 sub bomb, but I am broke. Oh, that's nice. Also, Apollo Alex, thank you for the 100 bits. This is for the Orga, nice job. Yeah, thank you very much. Even though we still have room to improve, but I think for the situation we have right now, it's okay what we have now. And also, as I said in the previous stint, I have been involved in 6 of the 7 stints, be it as a host or as a commentator or as a streamer or just driving. I have driven 3 stints, I have streamed for 3 stints, or better said, I am streaming the 3rd stint now. For fuck's sake, Comfy. What? Someone has to do it. Yeah, T-Cube's making room and indicating that he will stay on the left side of the track. Let's go to Finn. Again, he's on a completely different strategy. He's on the one stop. And he has a 40-second gap to Ento. When Ento goes into the pits, he will need to refuel about 50 liters, so he will stay in the pits for a minute or so. Then 5.5 seconds behind Finn is Mighty Joe. Mighty Joe also with a good job here, keeping BNR in the top 5. The last hours from yesterday when I showed the race was very time. Nice the driver and commentaries. Can you go through the field? Yes, I can. Okay, we have Ento in position 1, 40 seconds in front of Finn, who is, as I said, on a different strategy. He's on a 1 stop and Ento is on a 2 stop. Then 5 seconds behind him is Mighty Joe, who is also on a 2 stop. Then we have Eiffel Blitz, who needs to pit once again as well. Has made too many mistakes, unfortunately. And this means that at the moment she is not in the mix for a win. Then we have 8 minutes 49 behind the LMH cars. We have Ates, our alien. Probably driving this lap and then the next one, and then he goes into the pits. One minute 13 behind we have the mighty Iggy. who is 40 seconds in front of T-Cubes, who is still managing his fuel. Gammeltoast has now refueled as well and is 4 seconds behind T-Cubes. Otaku another 16 seconds behind. God damn it. And then we have Rufus, who is about 12 seconds behind Otaku. Bit less even, 11 seconds. And Holtzy, who goes into the pits to change tires and refuel. He was 17 seconds behind Rufus, but it will grow to about, 2 minutes, 1 minute behind Rufus, maybe even 1 minute 20 or so. Okay, that's now the rundown through the field, or that was the rundown through the field. Moin, Prive. Also gotta say a mighty team effort from Halex at the moment. As we discussed earlier, P1 at the moment in the LMH class, P2 or very probably P2 in the GT class, and Ento 43 seconds in front of Finn. He can probably drive 2, maybe 3 more laps, and then he needs to pit. Finn, of course, doesn't have the same pace due to the heavy weight in his car. Yeah, I need a break after that as well, because I'm tired. I'm tired after 18 hours of helping out in this event. I'm just tired. Oh, Finn is rear stepped out a bit, and he lost a bit of time. Comfy goes higher. Yeah. As I said, I was able to sleep about 2.5 hours in the fourth stint, but yeah, it's still only a very short time of sleep. Should still be within the lines, so should be no penalty. Is no penalty. Eiffel Blitz on a personal best. Yeah, lap times now with 3:21s are pretty stable. Just a pity she made so many mistakes. Yeah, at the moment, at least at the beginning of stint 6, WSR was still leading. But of course, with this stint already 1 minute behind Ento. the lead will fade away. Yeah, and the Ates, wow, the rear tire is already quite used after what is this, 12 laps? Yeah, I could also, yeah, the pace advantage is of course also bought a bit by less by by much fuel usage and also by tire usage. The tire wear down quite quickly here on this car. That's probably why he needs to push that hard. Iggy is 1 minute 17, 1 minute 18 behind, driving lap times 4 seconds slower. Let's see if Iggy can overtake Ates or if Ates can still keep in front, even though he will refuel quite a lot. Mighty Joe gets past Iggy on the outside. Very solid. Yeah, Iggy continues. Ates is still in the pits. But now he can leave the pit with about 80 liters of fuel and he still keeps in front. He is now 10, yeah, 9 seconds in front of Iggy. Gleich letzter Stopp und dann darf Ento den Sieg nach Hause bringen. I had the same problem with the Aston in Monza. The rear needs to be fucked this heavily. Yeah, there's an advantage and disadvantage in every car. Maybe the Aston Martin's a bit better on pace, but then again, fuel isn't that good. And tire wear maybe also. Dumbledore has now gone past T-Cubes. That was to be expected. Because yeah, you can see T-Cubes has much less in the fuel tank. For Dumbledore, however, it should be enough. Then T-Cubes 18 seconds in front of Otaku. And he is 15 seconds in front of Rufus. Whereas Holtzy is 1 minute 15 behind Rufus. $11.08 against 11.56. And yeah, Iggy needs to pit as well at some time in the race. For RC, for the leader of this group, RC2, it's T-Cubes. This is more important. Of course, the Aston Martin is very fast, but in the end, it's just a way too big gap. The gap to the Aston Martin is just too big, so even if T-Cubes drives the hell out of this car, it should not be enough unless T-Cubes race would completely evaporate at this very moment with a lot of mistakes and such. Can you make passenger rides on Artes? Yeah, okay. Artis just sent in a picture proving that he is driving with the 410 kilowatt allowed. He isn't cheating, so it would be great if everyone here accepts that he is just that fast. Yeah, then I hope that he could jump in the Ferrari. Oh, look at the weather radar. Look at the weather radar. We have a cloud coming on the left side. See the radar here, right bottom. We have a cloud coming on the left side. But yeah, it seems to be only a cloud. Could be the same as in Stint 5, just a cloud where a bit of rain is coming, but terrain will be very local and only on certain parts of the track. So maybe let's say 100 meter it's dry, then it's 30 meters wet, and so on. But yeah, if Artes really is that fast, then I would dare him to jump into Ferrari and make the car go 351. Then make the car go 351s as well, because we would love to know how we can be that fast. Yeah, the cloud is getting away again, so seems to be no rain here. And now Ento is in the pits. This is important, because now it's Finn's time to shine. Now he has to overtake and defend the lead. Yeah, Ento still in the pits, still refueling. Obviously he will not refuel completely, he will just refuel for the distance needed, maybe 50 liters or so, maybe 55 to have the extra lap. Yeah, Ento's still in the pits and has refueled, yeah, about 55 liters, and has come out 20 seconds behind Finn. Now we have to wait until Mighty Joe goes over the line so we can calculate the new gap to Ento. And it's now 1 minute 55. Okay, it's 48 seconds. And Joe doesn't need to pit anymore. Finn doesn't. And Nightstar Ento. Eiffel Blitz, 10 seconds behind Joe. Personal best in the first sector. So lapping Mighty Iggy. Oh man, I need to sleep. Okay, now Zampa also arrives at Ates. And Joe did pull back. Didn't want to attack him. At least not like this. Then we have Iggy, 15 seconds behind. Then we have Gammeltoast with a 1 second penalty. He will probably not pit again. And T-Cubes, yeah, still stuck in the 358, 359s. My god, I'm tired. Come on, this half hour must be possible. Then Otaku, 15 seconds behind T-Cubes and 23 seconds in front of Rufus. I'm happy I do not have to drive, because if I would need to drive now, I would be too tired. Rain is coming. Maybe? Yeah, we have the red radar. Here we see rain coming. This will... yeah, this will be good for everyone who hasn't pitted yet. So, especially nice for Iggy. Not that good for T-Cubes and for Rufus. I had to try, of course. Yeah, we have a small amount of rain coming. Probably intermediate conditions. Now this will be interesting. Yeah, for Ates it is already a bit too late. He must hope that the rain doesn't fall down that hard. For Iggy it's perfect from the point of time. Only needs to refuel a bit. And that should be it. Then for Gammeltoast it's the same. Just needs to change tires. And for T-Cubes also the same. Just needs to change tires. Now this will be interesting. The rain is coming. And Ates is... yeah, he has a long way to go. This could end badly. Iggy is now out with the rain tires. Always when he's in the lobby it rains. Or at least it has a chance to rain. An increased chance to rain. Gummel Toast also with the wets. And T-Cubes as well. Yeah, and for Altes, it will now get critical. Yep, of course. Wow, lucky. Lucky nothing happened. Terrain was now coming fast. Eifel ist auf Regen gegangen, ja. Regenreifen für Eifel. Ento ist noch auf den weichen Reifen und Finn wechselt jetzt auf den Regenreifen. Fragezeichen. Ja, auch auf den Regenreifen. Es wechseln alle auf den Regenreifen. Und für Ento ist es natürlich jetzt eine ganz schwierige Situation. Jetzt rede ich Deutsch, sorry. Engine damage wouldn't even matter at this point. You can't go faster than 100 anyway with slicks. Yeah. Now this is a strategic masterstroke for Eiffel Blitz. Mighty Joe also with problems. And yeah, Ates can as well stay out with the tires, I guess. Iggy is catching up fast, of course. Gummel Toast with a bit of problems here. T-Cubes comes out of the corner much better. Yeah, I guess intermediates would have even been the better tires, at least for the end. It is better for a few moments, but as soon as the track dries up. Yeah, and Ates is still here. Trying to be offline to and the spin. Yeah, when it rains like that, you really have absolutely no grip with this tire. He was completely surprised by this. The rain stops again. No way. Yes way. But now Iggy is coming. And the wind dramatically increased. 11 meters per second. There's a yellow flag, probably because of Ates. Yeah, I guess Ates needs to wait for 5 more minutes and then it will be dry again. But in this 5 minutes of time he will lose so much time. Yeah, he goes into the pits. At that point you should have grip again. Gummel Toast and T-Cubes closely following. Now this makes it interesting again. Would Interspeed a call? Yes, it's already Inter's conditions now. In my opinion, the Inter would have been the better tire, yes. I had the same, or more or less the same amount of rain in this in the previous lobby, and I went on Inters. And as we can see here, the Inter would now become the better tire, or at least will become the better tire quite soon, because when the rain tire Rain tires of course much less grip in the dry. As soon as it dries up, the rain tire is more or less useless. But yeah, Attes, yeah, he went on the intermediates. Now what should be the faster tire? And Gummel Toast and T-Cubes. And at the front we have Finn now, 1 minute 11 in front of Ento, who has made it on the wets. Eifelblitz now only 18 seconds behind. So yeah, Ento lost a lot of time. And now it's already, yeah, as you can see, it's already drying up quite quickly. And you can already think about changing to the softs in the next lap. Maybe Eifelblitz will even do it in this lap. Half-second penalty. Yes, Eifelblitz goes into the pits. And will change to softs, I guess. Mighty choice on the inters would have been the right tire. And Iggy is on the rain tire. Attes already catching up a bit. Several seconds. Will only be more. But this rain was really stupid, not even a minute from 0 to 2 lines. Joe gambles for slicks. And Eifelblitz lost a bit. Yeah, the problem is if you go out of the pits, it's still wet. So you need to be very aware of that. But it should be at this moment where the grip should be better with the soft. And as we can see, when Eifelblitz can push, she is faster than Ento. Problem is she just lost 15 seconds with that spin probably. Too early for slicks. No, it's the exact right moment for slicks. Personally, I would wait one more lap as well, just for safety reasons. But it is the right time to go for slicks, and now everyone will go on slicks. Unless you have intermediates, then you can push a bit more with the inters. Because it's much safer. With the intermediates you just can't... yeah, it's just with the... With the intermediates you may at least touch the curbs. With the slicks, you have to drive around them for now. Please show what Rufus is doing. Rufus is driving on intermediates. So he has gone for the correct tire choice. Or at least the tire choice I would have chosen. They're getting half-second penalties. Yeah, obviously. And Rufus continues on. Otaku is also on the slicks now, and as you can see, he was very cautious, but he was still catched out because of these conditions. Rufus is now overtaking him, and Otaku needs to... Yeah, he wanted to... No, go on the... Come on, go on the dry track. Yeah, Ento also entering the pits now. You can see Alpha Blitz is catching up. Much more grip out there with the softs. But you have to control it. Finn is still on the wet. But I like this rain. It mixed up the whole thing again. Yeah, Anton makes it much more intelligent, much smarter. He doesn't pull the accelerator down. He waits a bit. And then we have Mighty Joe with a gap of about 15 seconds to Ento, and Alpha Blitz with about 10 seconds gap to Joe. Finn still 2 minutes in front, but he needs to ditch the rain tires quite soon and go on the dry tires again because he's losing the time. Now with the rain tires, they did his job, but now you have to change it again. It also goes on the wet parts to heat to he goes on the wet parts to cool them down. My god, I can't speak. Insert lander meme. What? It's broken or what? Yeah, I thought somebody was driving slowly. Arte pushing with the intermediates, but now he needs to change back to the softs. The Mighty Iggy is 10 seconds in front of T-Cubes, and T-Cubes also need to change back to the soft tires. Yeah, Iggy will get a bit of gap out here. Holtzy with a 6 second time penalty must have crossed the pit entry and pit exit line. And spins again. Yeah, that's the issue. If you come to the wet part, if you come on the wet part of the track, then you spin out immediately. T-Cubes now with the softs again. Please be careful at the pit exit. Yeah, he's driving with the traction control, just to be safe. Well done. This has shaken the grid massively. Now we have Iggy in P1, Artis in P2 and T-Cubes in P3 again. So T-Cubes has profited a lot from this rain. I think he could even, or at least he has the same gap to Iggy as he had before. I would honestly finish on Inters now. Shall we see how Halsey sets out his penalties? Are you interested in that? Because I am. 15 minutes left in the race. 15 minutes left in the race. Aber ja, das kann natürlich sehr schnell passieren hier. This can happen very fast. This is now the third stint with rain, I think, in the... I can remember that the co-commentator Eddie said, yeah, the rain is comes pretty rarely. Now we have like 4 lobbies and 3 of them have rain. Okay, now let's see how Halsey sets out this penalty. Now let's see how much time he loses. Almost catched out because he wanted to brake on the wet part of the track. Yeah, and I guess he lost 8 seconds or so. It was a lot. And Finn now finally changes back to softs, I guess. Ento is quite a bit behind and Mighty Joe is able to catch up. Also 38 seconds in front of Eiffel Blitz, so the strategy has not done her any favors. Or she couldn't use it because she would have been perfect in both times from the weather. She changed when it began to rain and she changed when it became just dry enough. And Finn does everything correctly, so he will. If the gap of FGR is really calculated in the wrong way and 3 minutes somehow have been added to them, then they have a chance on the win as well. Yeah, Otaku goes out of the way and nearly hits Mighty Joe, but luckily nothing happened. Gameltoes goes into the pits again, has damage. And Rufus changes back to the softs. The strategies are absolutely wild here. Yeah, of course the gap to Mighty Iggy is now quite big for T-Cubes. But again, he has been smart, he hasn't lost much time. And this could be the key for victory. Okay, quick recap now. We have Finn in position 1, 1 minute 20 in front of Joe. And Finn is now in the best position to finish this stint as a winner. Then we have the mighty Joe, who has overtaken Ento. Joe seems to be really comfortable with these conditions. Then Ento probably playing it safe. Is 1 minute 23 behind Finn. Then we have Eiffel Blitz, who has a 3.5 second penalty. It's not her race. Definitely not. Did Rufus not just spin it as you switched? Swear it just went onto the damp part that had the moment before first chicane. Don't know. It could... yeah, I don't know. We must see. I don't think he had one, but it could be possible. Who knows? Let's see what his time is in the next sector. Went a bit on the wet part of the track. And yeah, we can see Ento is really playing it safe. Eki is pushing, but also T-Cubes is fast, and Ates has damage on the front, so he can't go the pace of Iggy at the moment. But will probably still go 30 laps. Yeah, T-Cubes lost a bit of time, maybe because of an overtake, because he was overtaken, lapped by Ento. Ah, okay. He went back on softs. I thought he did this earlier, but maybe, yeah, true, because he was on intermediates and switched back quite late to the softs. And as we can see, the lap times are not going faster. Of course, because of the rain, you need to still be very cautious. You need to be alert on the street circuit. A wise man once said. Yeah, it's 53 seconds now between T-Cubes and Iggy. Then Otaku, 33 seconds behind T-Cubes. Gumbletoast, 9 seconds behind Otaku. Rufus, 13 seconds behind Gumbletoast. And Holtzy, 2 minute 49 behind Rufus. Last 6 minutes of the race. Fastest man in the moment is Joe. The mighty Joe. Seems to be very comfortable with these conditions. Finn can't go the same pace, and Ento again is playing it very safe. But this is now the time for Joe to shine. Okay, who might finish the earliest? I think Finn might be a candidate. Yeah, Finn will probably finish in lap 34. Yeah, Alpha Blitz had the penalty, it seems. 1 minute 7 behind Ento. She has nothing to lose. And Finn, yeah, according to the standings, he also has nothing to lose, so he can push. And Joe is in 5th, so now is the time to show his talent. And these conditions really do show his talent, it seems. Hunter couldn't have done so well. Finn could get in lap 35. Doubt it. Doubt it. No, he can't. He definitely can't. Because he needs more or less 40 seconds to finish a lap. And now it's 4 minutes left on the clock. So because he can't drive as fast as in dry conditions, he will probably be at the 25. He will miss out by, let's say, 20 seconds or so. Yeah, no, 20 is maybe a bit much, but he will definitely miss out. Hunter still driving. No, sadly he disconnected in after 15 minutes of racing. Yeah, if Finn does a personal best lap, then it could be another lap, but I don't think this is possible. He will finish in this lap. Then Joe in 2nd, and Ento in 3rd. Alpha Blitz 4th. Then we have Iggy 16 minute 10th behind Alpha Blitz. Then we have Ates, who is a bit more cautious now, and also because of the damage can't really follow Iggy. Then T-Cubes, also with a strong drive. Being cautious, being consistent. And that's why he's in P3. Otaku P4. About 6.5 seconds in front of Gammeltoast. How come 2-hour race? Did something happen previously? Yes. The 5th lobby did crash after 2 hours. And we decided, as per rulebook, that 1 hour will be, yeah, that this is a red flag situation. Then 1 hour of the stint has been restarted, and that's why this stint is much shorter. Go Artes, nice job. Someone has the rain radar on. Yeah, it's Artes, and for him it is no rain anymore, so it should stay dry. He should be able also to finish another lap if he finds the pace. I don't know if it's possible for T-Cubes. We need to look at Finn now. He will probably finish at 1:59 or 2 minute 05. Could be possible. Goes a bit wide here. Should be dry on most places. I don't think it's every place where it's dry, but more or less 100% of the track is now dry. So yeah, 2 minutes 05, the race is over. And the first one over the line was Rufus. Rufus was able to drive 29 laps with a gap of 18:04, whereas Finn wins the race. For a few people it might not be enough to finish. For Joe it will be enough. Should have made this stint 4 hours instead of doing an extra 1 hour long one, lol. And yeah, Ento is very slow. He takes it really cautiously here. If FGR gets 3 minutes back like they think they should, then this could get very close here. Okay, Joe, very nice drive in the last few laps. And there we have Ento. Who is the probably the winner of the class, or at least for now he is the provisional winner. The professional winner of the class. Then Iggy is able to finish solidly with a 2 minutes 2:06. Next one is Eifelblitz. Then Artes could finish the race. And I think T-Cubes will also make it. But first Holtzy goes over the line, Gambletoes not, Otaku not. But Artes goes over the line. Okay. And the others don't. So, Finn wins the stint with a gap of 1:18.414 over Joe. Then we have Ento 1:38 and Eifelblitz 2:33. And for the others we need to wait for the gaps. Okay. Okay, I need to see if the data is already entered here. Yeah, seems so. And for the rest, I believe I need to we need to wait for the gap commands. Three more gaps. Alright, the gaps are getting together now. Only waiting for Artes and Gammeltoes to submit their gaps. Still waiting for these gaps. Maybe we should remind them that they should send them. Okay, Gammeltoast, yeah, disconnect. Wait. No, that's... Oh yeah, that's for the other car. Okay. But Gammeltoast needs to send in his own gap. Maybe he does it right now. But did I save the replay? Now I have. Okay. Es fehlt nur noch Artes. Okay, he's on it. Yeah, we wait for a bit just to see the provisional results. Now the gap document is should be finished or will be finished, and then hopefully Nushul can post a picture that I can show here on the stream. Thank you everyone for this great race. Congrats to Halex Racing, you deserve to win. I made too many mistakes, says Eiffel Blitz and Sick Individuals. Heads up, WSR did a great job and you made this a 24-hour sprint race. I think it's bugged. What do you think is bugged, the lobby or what? In the first Mulsanne everything was normal, and in the hairpin at the end of third straight I got aquaplaning. Thank you, Comfy, for working this hard again. Yeah, you're welcome, and also thanks for everyone to join in. Let's wait until we have the result. Wait, after Stint 6 the gap on P2 should be in a minute. Yeah, let's wait. This is the provisional result. Okay, let's take it for now. But again, we have to be very cautious about this, because firstly, penalties could be applied. Secondly, when we have the correct gaps, then changes can be made, and yeah. Also, we have to be aware that the gaps might not all be might all not be correct, or a few gaps might not be correct. So again, take it with a pinch of salt, with a massive pinch of salt. But I'll show you what we have right now. Wait a second. Okay. Skalierung, nee. Okay, this is the provisional result. Again, take with a pinch of salt, but we have Halex 1 as the winner in the LMH class. Then we have WSR with Eiffel WSR in second place. We have FGR in third place. We have JCR in 4th place, BNR in 5th place, and HPSR in 6th place. Then for the GT class, we have RRC2 as the winners. Then we have Halex 4 in P2, RTO1 in P3, then RRC3 in P4, JCR2 in P5, WSR2 in P6, MRL1 in P7, and RX3 in P8. That's the provisional result that we have. Again, there could be some errors in the calculation. It could look completely different once we have all gaps together. Again, take it with a pinch of salt, but this is the provisional result. Provisional. All right. Then I would stop the stream now. Thank you again for tuning in. And Flipsy just said that he will stream the whole event of Lobby 2. Thank you for this. And yeah, hopefully you have hopefully you don't have anything that is coming up there. So we only need to fight lobby hosts. Should be easy. All right, see you next week for the second race. Now I will enjoy my holidays. See you later.